Hey there, I'm Eternal, and I'm an Object Show fan who's on a journey to know everything about object shows. Let's play Object Catchup. Hello and welcome into Object Catchup. This is where we discuss object show episodes right after watching them. Whether they're new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter. We will get to it all. Now, for today, we will do a request. However, we'll get to that request in a bit because we will have to take a look at a big object show release that it did kind of sneak under the radar for me. I didn't really notice it a lot, but I eventually found out about it, and it is something that absolutely, beyond any shadow of a doubt, we should take a look at here if we want to be caught up on new object show shenanigans. And I'm talking about episode 2 of Pillow Pepper's main series, or at least the most popular series, being Double Down. Yes, Double Down, which had its episode 2 released 5 days ago, to reception. I don't know what the reception of it is, to be honest, but we will discover everything about it. It has 2 episodes, however, they're both significant size, sitting in at half an hour each. Yes, we're going to start with episode 1. Episode 1 of Double Down, released back in 2024 on July 31st. So it's been a while since this episode has happened. However, episode 1 of Double Down is entitled to Take the Leap. I know nothing heading into it, it is now time to delve ourselves into this fine content. Let's go. Alright, that is none other than episode 1 of Double Down, Take the Leap. So, what are we facing here today? Well, we are facing the game show-esque, object show, the reality show-esque object show. It's sort of a subgenre of object shows. It's not like there's not like a proper word for it, but there is this kind of subgenre of shows that you're gonna find, which are object shows where a part of their shtick is that they're kind of reality show setting style, right? They're sort of reality show, as in they're intended to be to have some sense of reality to it, right? Like a reality show usually does, right? Where there's rules and laws that take place, whereas your average object show tends to ignore rules and laws, right? And just allows murder and random other bullshit to happen, right? Well, shows like this, they have, for example, they have casting, money's involved, the paychecks, right, all this stuff, like lives, like there's just a general societal aspect to it that makes a reality show compared to your average object show, which tends to sort of stray away from the characters having any type of society like ours, because it's just a completely different scenario, right? So this is the type of thing, so this is that aspect of show. This is an aspect of show that we've encountered, a couple of times in the past. I think the show that I draw this the most immediate comparison to will be something like GoFav. I'm also thinking of a show like Purgatory. I'm thinking of a show like Out in the Open, right? That kind of deal. And even then, those are all different and have their own quirks to it. I'm thinking also Insanity, which Tyler Lance apparently works on this as well. And like with these details, you do end up having that kind of show that ends up like this. Now, an interesting thing about this type of show, right, which is gonna be one of the main topics that I'm absolutely gonna have to point out about this show, both in the episode 1 and the episode 2 that released, is its undeniable length of production. It's a length of production. As you can already see, episode 1 was a plan for a long time, and it took ages, and it got done. And then it took another year and a half for ourselves to wait not even a year, over a year and a half, nearing 2 years, like a year and 10 months or something, for or a year and 9 months for episode 2 to get made from then on out, and that is a significant amount. Right, that is a significant amount of change, of time invested, and this is something that I've noticed, even for example, just like GoFav, that we end up kind of suffering with. And I wanted to, but before properly discussing what we're seeing in this show, I was I've been trying to think this through, and it's like, okay, it seems as if these reality show styled object shows really struggle with production. They really struggle with production. It's the interest is 100% there, because you'll notice that these shows, they do really well, right? Like, they do really well. However, they have this little issue that they cannot do proper production, right? Like, not in the sense that they can't do properly. We can't do timely production. Sorry, it's the best way that I could describe it. And it's like, what is it? What is going on? I think it's because if I'm gonna give it a reason, right? I believe that it's probably due to the fact that it is trying to by trying to manufacture the reality show aesthetic, it has to manufacture reality show level camera work. And by having to do reality show level camera work, that is a lot of camera work, right? Whereas, your average reality show, it'll switch every couple of seconds, whether it's going from the confessional to a contestant, and then the zoom in, and then the far away, right? All this stuff. It's a lot of quick scene switching that gets made here for the fact that they have 5 cameras constantly rolling, right? And then the editors do it. But when you need to animate all of that, that is a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff to deal with, right? Especially if the animation crew is not at large. I'm not sure if the crew here is paid, but like in general, especially the crew's not at large, it's a lot of shit, right? It's a lot of stuff that you gotta get done, right? And it absolutely complicates everything, because camera angles, they're trying to give off an air of realism to at least itself, right? An air of realism to its own universe, as if, a camera in this universe would record like this, and it would look like this if a reality show existed in this object universe. That it kind of complicates the matter a lot, because there's a lot of doing that. There's a lot of locations, because there's a lot of locations on Earth, right? There's a lot of locations on Earth. I mean, that the total amount of background work is immense, right? Especially if you consider every single aspect that you can look at this house from. You can look at this hotel from, right? Like, the amount of backgrounds in this episode has to near in on the freaking 100. Okay, maybe not 100, but like a lot. Okay, it's a big number. All right. Anyways, and that is just I would say probably what I'm gonna say is the given reason, right? Because it's writing this type of show is also complicated, for sure, right? You'll notice that episodes of reality shows do tend to be longer, because they tend to be slower, right? They tend to be slower because they give in a bit more time to marinate, right? Because real life is slower, right? So now they're kind of doing that a little bit slower approach to it, right? As the characters, they have, for example, in a confessional, they have time to breathe in a confessional, right? They're not just out here doing their whole. We don't just see the confessional, we say a one-liner being like, hi, but then they're freaking immediately cut, right? Like, there isn't as much jump cut. There is breathing room time between it, and that makes the episode longer, right? So, it suffers from a lot. It suffers from being a slower-paced episode, which makes it longer overall, with a lot of dynamic shots and a lot of background work that has to get done, which means that an average episode of show like this takes ages, right? It takes so unbelievably long, and it's understandable. It of course doesn't stop it from generally kind of hurting as a concept, because it's like, I mean, it's you already gotta kind of imagine this show as kind of all right, we're never seeing this. And we're like, like, it's really hard to trust this show they have finished, but like, like again at the current pace, right? By the time, of course, I haven't watched episode 2 yet and stuff, but at the current pace, I would not get to talk about Double Down again after this catch-up segment until 2028. I'll be on catch-up like 600, but like it'll be like a complication. So yeah, that's kind of the deal. But yeah, that'll be my general note. I'll probably, of course, give it an amendment to after seeing how episode 2 operates, to see if it's any different. And then we'll have a more an amendment to the discussion here. But I want to kind of give in that general, like, why does this take as long as it does? That this is going to be my assessment of it. But it's going to be, of course, a little bit different. So we begin with Face Serum, which is our host. A very interesting little host that's supposed to be that kind of host play with a proper hosty voice that's trying to play exceptionally nice to contestants, despite the fact that you can very clearly and very easily tell that it's not honest, and she's doing that to make money, and you can see it from whenever she's not directly interacting with a contestant instead of interacting with production or with a co-host, that she's way more grumpy about it, right? It's an interesting voice. It's extremely over the top. It's very, very, very over the top, to the point where where I'd almost say it's too much. However, I would say that it passes, but it does reach a point where it's like, oh, this is very over the top. So all right. When having Double Down, including its logo, I presume that double down means that 2 people jump down, right? Because like it's double elimination and they jump down into the pool as the elimination system, so it's a double down, I believe is how that works. But either way, we end up having a credit card with unlimited funds. It's not unlimited, but it's apparently a lot of money. It's like probably like, what, 900K? Yeah, let's say that. And they get to spend a lot of the money. And in the meantime, we end up already jumping ourselves over into the intro. Yeah, 1 minute in. This intro, what is this? What in the code red is this? I'm sorry. This is, well, this is a code red ass intro. Oh, dude, I love code red. Top 10 object shows that should exist. If there's any dude, I'm telling you, dude. If there ever arrives a day in human history that Code Red episode 1 actually happens, it's never happened. But if one day it happens, I'm telling you right now, mark my words. If Code Red happens ever one day, I am making a catch-up episode on it that is going to be 3 times the length of the episode. Okay, I am doing that. Mark my words, okay? Send it to me in 2029 when Code Red somehow releases, which it's not. But yeah, I'm not gonna necessarily say that it's inspired by Code Red, but come on. It's so Code Red core. The characters in their environment, because it's just the thing about these intros, they're just a cool intro, right? It's just a cool intro concept because it like showcases the characters in their environment, right? It showcases the characters within their environment, and the name ends up appearing in some type of different way with a different text, and like it showcases so much of the personality of the character immediately because you see them in their natural habitat, so they get to perform in their natural habitat, which means you get to understand what they're about nearly immediately, which makes it an extremely it makes an extremely simple and extremely solid way to immediately just understand what everybody's about without even needing words, which just like makes it one of that top tier intro styles. Now, some people might consider it over the top, and it is 100%. The Code Red style intros are extremely over the top with the way that each character has their own like logo, like their name shows up in different ways. But like even despite that, it's extremely good for a reason. So yeah. We're having the episode card, and we have ourselves the boss. So everybody's at the boss, and they end up having some conversations. Starfriends are chatting to Iceberg Lettuce, or just Iceberg, apparently. And complaining that Starfruit's talking too loudly. A lot of people can hear you. Yeah, a lot of people can hear you. A lot of people are the cover contestants. You want them to hear. Come on now, what are we doing? But we end up in general seeing what everybody's about. We have an apple that's apparently just just a constantly burning lasso on the side, and they end up trying to go on the roof to do a handstand. They end up getting fetched over by Chris. There's a lot of stuff happening, alright? There's a lot of stuff happening. We end up having some general introductions to the characters. So, how do we get these general introductions to the characters? Let's utilize that intro, okay? Let's go in order of this intro, okay? We end up having almond milk. Almond milk is, I think, supposed to be the kind of nerdy character. However, I think they're the nerdy buff character, right? They're kind of the nerdy protest. They're like a combination of the nerdy tough character. However, they have a kind of nerdy weakness, but mean energy, which means that they're the type of character that gets extremely easily pounced on, because they're kind of struggling, to assert their rage. Apple Bomb, just pure gamer, not in the sense of they play games. They're just super fast, They're just super fast. They're super, they're energetic. They're fast. They're mischievous. They're chaotic, and they're very agile, which means that they're going to be a mess, and that they're absolutely a strong contender to make it very far. Bookmark, Scaredy Cat character. Currently don't know much about them. A comic book is the superhero, very over the top in everything that they do, and they're very top in what they do, and they exaggerate to what they actually are and exaggerate on their skills significantly. Cough syrup is relatively standard in this episode. There's not any distinctive character trait. They spend majority of the episode trying to push Lemonade to do something. So they do seem to be maybe relatively motivated for the team and that stuff. Crystal, proper adventurer, not afraid of a challenge. Will do physical activity, will attack. And generally does alright. Diamond apparently seems to be both rich, but maybe rich in kind of like a criminal way. They're kind of magician style. They apparently went to jail. I don't know. There's some interesting things going on with Diamond. Gotta keep an eye out. When having Dice apparently has a lot of leadership skills. And you can see them at work as Dice tries to lead the team. It struggles a little bit because the contestants in the show are a bit cuckoo crazy. But Dice seems to be maybe a little bit more. They're a bit more stern. Stern, I think, is the best way I can describe Dice. Emerald, we don't really, but to be honest, not one of the characters that I've kind of missed in this episode. Not much I really have to say about Emerald. Florus, the hip character, they're just kind of smoking weed and stuff, and they're kind of just chilling, right? They're very go with the flow. In their nature, guitar pick, emo, but not emo in the way you'd expect it. It's kind of quiet emo, It's kind of like, it is emo music, but it's not really in a loud way. It's kind of like in a very, very quiet, closed off way. So it's a little bit different than what you would averagely expect. Averagely is not a word, but pretend it is. Iceberg lettuce, relatively strong, relatively kept himself, and very, very chill. Does absolutely give me going far vibes to start. Very, very, very strong character. I mean, they're physically strong. They're mentally strong. They seem to understand how the tactics work. They're doing things. They seem to be like they're looking like a powerful character in the game. Lemonade doesn't really want to do anything. That's the character trait. Gosling wants to chill. Lighter, kind of just the mean one. They are trying to win. They're the mean one that tries to win, so they'll play along if it's of course it's to a benefit of the team. However, at the end of the day, they will kind of shrug you off. Mortar, relatively joyous character, loves eating, and kind of has big guy, but as one of the personality traits. Poker chip, just kind of generally excited girl. There's there are not too many distinctive traits yet. Then we have popcorn. And instead for these are the two sort of very excited ones. Popcorn is proper high energy, constantly on a musical grind, never seems to get tired. Does not make them good at physical activity, but they constantly do physical activity, right? It gives them immense stamina, but not necessarily skills. And in the meantime, Starfruit seems to be relatively joyous. We do see him with like a vial, so maybe that's something that they're doing. Then we're having Sticky Note, apparently here to promote his business, extremely wealthy, extremely affluent, and I felt the need to say that. And very much so trying to out-strategize the competition. And then we have Teacup, who is playing mildly sassy character, but mildly sassy character that is quiet as well. It's kind of like, you'll notice that in general the archetypes in the show tend to lean themselves a little bit more towards the quiet end, actually, as we end up kind of having characters to play into an archetype, but they keep it closed off, right? They've not opened up yet. And they'll realistically probably open up in future episodes. So that's so it'll be interesting to see. You know, we have some characters that I would say are still in a shell in a way, which is kind of intriguing. So that is. Alright, anyways, we end up having the minimum wage worker, after like half of the bus gets broken, proceed to immediately yeet everybody away from the public transit, and they eventually need to all walk away after, for some reason, stalling it out for 15 minutes. You actually need to be, what do you mean you need to come up with a plan to get to our location? Walk! It's one road! There is no intersection in sight. Where do you follow the bus? You see the bus going north, go north. You don't need heavy strategizing to do that. What do you mean? Alright then. But yeah, eventually we end up having the bus arrive, where Teacup ends up being the only one there. They end up just kind of chilling out while everybody else ends up taking a sprint to an arrives, and they do arrive, and we end up having an introduction to the location. Yet again, shout out to every single background. Look, it's not. Look, I know they look uneventful to start, but like, that's a pretty high detail sun right there. Right, that's a pretty high detail grass. I'm just saying, you don't get that grass in every show. Alright, I know we're talking about grass here. It's not really that big of a deal, but like, you don't get that every day. But as we end up doing that, we end up having the showcasing of the headquarters of the hotel. When having the hotel where everybody gets their own room. It is next to each other though, so you can hear from one room to the other. And then we end up having the confessional room. Very cool looking room, very spatial room, which I enjoy quite a bit. I am a big fan of confessionals. I believe that confessionals are a goated part of stuff, and I will always be positive about a confessional. However, most people don't know how to write confessionals. You'll notice, like, at no show, like the amount of shows that have had a confessional system and not given up on them is nearing on zero, which again, I think is unfortunate. I think is wasted opportunity. I think that a confessional, just because you can't necessarily write humor in the confessional all the time, just because not every time that you have a confessional, you need to fucking write. You need to write a gag, doesn't mean that you can't have the confessional, because the confessional is characterizing. It showcases the thought of the character, right? Like, that's why the confessional is good, because the confessionals, they showcase the thought of the character, which is something that we barely get to see. Right, usually we get to see the action of the character, and they're all the time, they'll say what they're thinking, but being able to properly hear from them directly in a private and closed space without it getting affected by who they're talking to, how they're talking, right, their situation. What the idea is, it characterizes the characters. One of the most important part of reality shows is how we understand how people talk, why people are doing the actions that they're doing, right? It's really important, but shows don't usually do this, so as soon as I see confessionals, I currently don't trust it. I mean, this object show is so unbelievable reality show-esque that I almost want to believe that we will actually be keeping use of these confessionals beyond this episode, but, we're gonna need to see. I guess it tends to always be on like a spiral, like in the next episode, okay, use less, then we're gonna use a little bit less, use less. We end up having a blue test tube, which, it's a bit unfortunate. Considering a test tube in II season 4, but this was before that, so it's alright, oh, I get it. Then we end up having some teams, so what are the teams? Let's have ourselves the quick chat about the teams. So team 1 is apparently okay. So, it is Dice as the team leader. Then it is Lighter, Comic Book, Popcorn, Guitar Pick, Mortar, Flora, Bookmark, Apple Bomb, and Almond Milk. So, this is a relatively powerful team. It's I think the one thing which is missing is brains. That's kind of the thing that is missing. There's nobody in here for that smart. Right? Like, there's some characters which, I mean, can invent plans. I would say that Almond Mill maybe, Lighter maybe, but you see, they both kind of suffer from being mean syndrome. Dice, of course, can invent a plan, but they get outnumbered by characters that are too physically competent or too physically incompetent and don't really have too much of the brain. Like the brain aspect of it, right? Whereas Flora being too chill, Apple being too chaotic, Mortar being too over the top, Bookmark being too scary, Comic Book being too superhero, right? Popcorn being too excited, right? You see, there's a lot of that issue. So in a physical challenge, they should be good. They should have somebody by having the fastest player and the strongest player and the lightest character and the heaviest character. You see, that we end up kind of having that degree where there's a lot of range for them to win all physical challenges. However, in a mental challenge, I could see them struggling a lot because there's not going to be many people that can help. In the meantime, we end up having the characters on the other team be Iceberg Lettuce alongside Teacup, Lemonade, Starfruit, Cough Syrup, Diamond Sticky, Emerald, Crystal, and finally Poker Chip. So, you see, this team is the one that's a bit more mind focused, right? You see how it goes. Iceberg Lettuce is thinking on the mind games. Sticky is thinking on the mind games. Teacup is thinking on the mind games, right? And there's nobody here that's directly extremely just like pure physicality. Crystal is very strong and Iceberg Lettuce very agile, while Iceberg Lettuce is very strong, and maybe Diamond is very agile as well. We need to kind of see, but like in general, you see, it's a more mind-focused team. So I think that this team wins mind-related challenges, while the other team wins physicality-related challenges. Now, from the way that the show seems to play out, I believe that we'll be having a significant additional focus on physicality-based challenges, which means that I am struggling to see this team surviving for very long. I'm seeing this team at a heavy disadvantage heading into the game as a proper, so that is quite a little bit of an issue. But yeah, we end up having Team D and Team I for Dice and Iceberg respectively, and then we end up having the challenge. So I'm behind, so we'll have gloss over the challenge. I mean, it's an obstacle course challenge. We have to jump about the platform. The platforms themselves and the jumps are the only obstacle. However, there are fruits getting thrown at you. You can grab them and eat them, but they'll be thrown too fast, really. So you have to kind of dodge them. Face Serum will shoot them based on vibes. So they proceed to do that, and then we end up seeing the whole challenge procedure. Now, I mean, notice, yeah, this challenge procedure is, as you can tell, generally slow. Right, like it's trying to take it segment by segment, right, which gives it a lot of time, and it introduces the character very well. It gives, by having this half an hour to play with, by having this 15 minutes of challenge to play with, you get to see how the characters approach the challenge, right, in a much more significant way than you would usually be able to see it, even though, like, you know, it suffers from it, because like there's the part of me that almost wants to say make it 5 minutes and then you've got an episode that doesn't take 5 years, but then it's like, okay, but then it's not good. You see, it's kind of fun, you know, then it's not going to be as good, then you're not going to be able to characterize the characters, then the speed is going to need to be way higher, then we're missing out on a lot of important characterization moments, right? The strategy that goes on in this episode, right, is all important. We end up having some interesting things happening. So, what are the strategies that are important? Starfruit ends up talking to Iceberg. We end up doing that. In the meantime, a couple of you fall, like Poker Chip. Then what else end up happening? Teacup ends up having the idea to not try to win, because remember, winning is the only position that actually matters here, but just trying to do jumps and remain relatively ahead of the pack. We tell the strategy to Diamond, being like, yeah, let's keep it on the low key. Valid strategy. If you are not the best physically, just try to not be the worst, right? If you showcase that you are trying, but you're not necessarily overexerting yourself, you will not really be voted, right? Because there will be people that will have tried less, and there will be people who will have tried more. So just focus on not failing, not getting the attention onto yourself if your team loses. That's really a great idea. Overall, then when having some people just constantly struggle with this one platform that's way too far because of the broken platform from I think Emerald, and having this problem. In the meantime, Lighter and Mortar end up helping each other out because Mortar was about to fall. Lighter helps him up, and they end up jumping together as Mortar ends up facing the fruit because it can get thrown at Mortar. However, it ends up kind of struggling to do that, and Facer proceeds to spend a lot of time doing it. Lighter ends up eventually falling, however, because Durian ends up being Durians are pretty scary. Apple is pretty much unhittable, and they end up just kind of battling out with Crystal over there, which are the one fella from each side, which ends up being kind of complicated. In the meantime, Lemonade and Cough Syrup receive a proposal from Sticky, being like, here, we need to get rid of the strongest players in this game. So, how about this? Let's get rid of Crystal, right? Yeah, okay, interesting plan. Now, this is not a good plan, because you would enjoy winning challenges. Yeah, so there is a valuable asset to the existence of getting a character out within when you have the chance, and it immediately is an interesting opportunity. However, of course, you don't know who the biggest threats are before time's up. Right? You don't know until you've seen a bit of it. And just because Crystal can jump on some floating platforms in the sky faster than the others doesn't necessarily make them a top tier player. Right? So that's all still a thing. And then, yeah, there's just kind of that general thing where it's like, is it? Yeah, it's just not a great plan. Right? Because we end up, you want to still do well. Right? Like, you need to keep your strongest players in because you need to try to win challenges. Otherwise, you're going to go, right? Because if your team, for example, you vote out the two strongest members, right, of your team, then you're going to be a weak-ass team. You're going to lose the next challenge, and then everybody's eventually going to be gone, right? So, like, you'll have a significantly higher chance of getting out yourself if you vote out your strongest member, because your strongest member can't help you no more. Right, so it doesn't increase odds. It, I would say, lowers your odds of winning because you're going to be in danger so much more. Right, so yeah, that's kind of the thing about it. We're having a nice little graphic. Shout out to UI. Big fan of UI. People need to do UI all the time about who's left. In the meantime, Teacup and Diamond end up deciding an alliance because they have, with their strategic skills combined, they can dominate this game until the merge. Because of course they've realized this based on the 30 minutes they've ever talked. They're not even 30 minutes they've been together. They probably talked in a total of just 3. What do you mean strategical skills? Just because Teacup doesn't want to go faster than the freaking Apple, who just so happens to also be Sonic the Hedgehog. Strategic skills combined. What are your strategic skills? This is fake. They both have their fingers crossed, which, however, apparently means that they're going to betray one another. So that's interesting. I guess we'll see that more in 2 years when episode 2 releases. We do end up. There is humor in the show. Like, I'm not saying like gags are absolutely present in the show. I do really enjoy shows like this. I will be honest. Like, I fully, wholeheartedly enjoy shows like this. They give the nice air of breathing. They have a lot of breathability, right? They have a lot of, like, you're watching it, but you're kind of just chilling. Right, like when I'm watching, because a lot of faster paced audio shows. The thing about faster paced audio shows is you have to lock in. Right, because because in a faster pace, if you don't lock in, you're about to miss like 7 details. Right, like you gotta watch. And on shows like this, you can like kind of sit back on the couch a little bit more. I don't watch them on a couch, but you can, like, figuratively speaking, right? You can relax a little bit more because and take it in at a slower pace. Right, the average BPM of this episode is slower. All right, so that's like generally a thing. Then we end up having some the moment Apple wins, by the way, obviously, they end up running out of shots after shooting. Face Serum ends up running out of fruits, so it ends up becoming significantly easier from here on out because all the shots that were utilized on mortar anyways to try to get them out, and they did get them out by eventually shooting a watermelon in the midst of a jump, which seems to be fair. So there's background noise. There's background noise this entire section. I'm sorry. But like we end up having Apple just win. Crystal gave it a valiant effort, but no, Apple's just built for this. There's just pure power, right? For as much as Crystal is hard work and training skill, however, Apple is just that kind of like natural skill, and natural skill beats training usually. So. Yeah, Sticky Note ends up trying to give the plan to Iceberg and Starfruit. However, this plan proceeds to get fully and entirely destroyed. So we end up having Sticky get eliminated as the first one out of the two that gets doubled down and eliminated. So goodbye. And then we end up having the second part, which is apparently the best performer eliminates the worst performer. So that adds in a significant, actually interesting element, because of course it adds in an element of I'm not sure if this will be the same every time. However, the MVP of the losing team, so the person that try the hardest, gets extreme power to, by their decision, eliminate whoever they want. Now, of course, with a lot of this stuff is very societal, right? So you couldn't just eliminate somebody that everybody likes, right? Because, of course, that'll get a target in your back and you'll get out next time, right? However, it is an immensely powerful one, and it does encourage the act of being MVP, right? It does encourage the act. It depends, and in a lot of challenges, it'll be difficult to figure that out, which is why I don't think this is necessarily going to be a mechanic that is going to be utilized constantly. But yeah, Lemonade ends up being the second one to get doubled down, as we end up having Crystal go, yo, you were slacking off too much. Lemonade agrees. Everybody agrees, to be honest. We end up having Diamond apparently try to throw a teacup under the bus maybe next time. So that's interesting. They end up partying. Lemonade, which, by the way, big fan of the fact that since they got dunked in water, the Lemonade asset now is half blue because the Lemonade bull mixed in with the water. And I do enjoy the interaction of Lemonade talking with Sticky and asking to get hot dogs, which, by the way, I have been a big fan of quite a lot of the interactions in this episode. Like the dynamics are interesting. However, in this episode, I just kind of needed to in the segment, I did need to kind of lock in. All right, who are these characters? What's up with them? And you see, as you can tell, I overran the runtime of the episode by quite a few minutes now. So, we're doing that. There's a lot of fire design. There's a lot of fire UI work, again, with the intro that's very good. The credits that are very well composed, and I enjoyed them a lot as they're based with music. In general, UI elements are solid. AI, like every AI. UI elements are solid. Credits are solid. Musical elements are solid. Assets are solid, I think is what I wanted to say. There's in terms of does it look good? It looks amazing. It's a very it looks, and it's another thing that a lot of these shows, they do have in common, reality show-esque attempts. You'll notice that they very rarely stray away from an art style. It's one of the most interesting part about it. They very rarely try art style. Nearly every single object show that tries this reality show-esque aesthetic, right, of being like, oh, what if objects were in a society? They give it the most default object show aesthetic that you can, which, again, it looks extremely clean. It's been refined to a T. We have eyelashes equals girl and everything, but I do find it intriguing how this is a detail that exists about it, and maybe it says something or another, but I don't really know. All right, since there's other people here and I gotta stop chatting for a bit, we gotta just jump ourselves into episode 2, which is the latest episode of Double Down, released 5 days ago after a 1.5 year hiatus. Episode 2 is entitled Special Delivery Service. Here we go. right, that is episode 2 of Double Down. Special delivery service. Now, in the same way where we started the episode 1 chat by giving a little bit of the general out of show technical chat about the time and these objects show with long production windows. At the end of the day, I think that it is very, like, you can of course talk about the show without mentioning production, but when we're in this like sort of meta show about object shows and object show production and object show, like, and how they're doing and stuff with it, right? I think that it's only correct for me to, still chat about how things are going outside of it. So, as the note says at the end of this episode, it's been nearly 2 years since the release of Double Down. I apologize, episode 2 took this long to release. Production slowed down due to several factors, including university transfers, demotivation, and my mental health. I basically stopped working on this for about a year until my motivation spiked back up at the start of 2026. For the past few months, my primary goal was to get this episode released, and thanks to the help of my crew, Double Down is back stronger than ever. This is my most ambitious project yet, and I have no plan of cancelling it anytime soon. While I had its ups and downs, this episode was extremely fun to work on, and I think it's safe to say that my motivation has been reignited. I'm sorry for keeping you all in the dark for so long. I'll try not to repeat the same mistake and dish out more Double Down content this year. Big shout out to my friends and crew for their motivation and support in helping this episode together. It wouldn't have been possible without them. Thanks for all for being so patient, but excited to what the show's more to offer. I hope you enjoyed this episode as much as I love working on it. Pillow Pepper. There is the creator's note. So, yeah, I mean, demotivation does seem to be a thing that happens, and I think that the demotivation arrives as, demotivation tends to arrive as a result of overwhelmed, right? When you, a lot of the time, if you're overwhelmed, that's when demotivation spikes, right? That's when you kind of stop working on something. When you are at that halfway point, right? When you're at that halfway point, usually, or like that partway through production where that initial rush of let's get this stuff out there, right, the beginning of production has faded. However, when it's a big production, you're still so long from seeing the ending and that final stretch, right? So when you're far away from the starting rush and you're far away from the final stretch and you're in that middle is the rough bit, right? That middle is when you don't really want to do it. It's when you start losing motivation because there isn't as much of the drive to push forward, right? So when you're suffering, so when you're in that moment and there's other things that are going on that you would rather do, whether it's real life situations or any type of thing, it's this is where the demotivation hits the hardest, and it's where the shows end up struggling, right? And it's something that, I have famously struggled with, well, not famously, but, I struggle with some projects that I cancel from time to time, and of course Catchup sometimes doesn't get done in anywhere near the time that it should be, so, in a like very off way, I can kind of relate, even though it's not the same situation even remotely. But like, it's sort of the like this is how it kind of tends to go. Maybe this is also, of course, a reason. It's an addition to the reason of why this type of reality show kind of struggles with. It's so massive in the way that it kind of operates with this many background, this many, there's just so much going on in an episode of the show, right? Like, there's so much scenery switches, there's so much like, there's a lot of stuff. Just in every category of it, there's a lot of stuff going on, which complicates it in the matter of actually like properly getting to that final stretch, because there's going to be a lot of the middle time where we're just kind of animating, and it ends up kind of being a bit complicated. Because I mean, like, for example, like, dude, I don't even look, like, I'm telling you as if the backgrounds are complicated. Look at how many background artists are in this show. That's almost the sector with the most names. Like, isn't that crazy? It's kind of interesting to see it, and I think it's a lot for what happens, for example, for I know I'm drawing a lot of parallels to GoFab, and it's just because these are definitely shows that I feel a lot of shared DNA here with these two shows. and I can see that show, for example, suffers from a lot of those same issues, right? Like with it having world record amounts of characters in a show of that style. You see, it's so unbelievably overwhelmed all the time that it's gonna be hard for it to get episodes out in any due time, because but the end is never in sight for any episode. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. In terms of, do I expect another episode of Double Down? I mean, apparently there's going to be another episode of Double Down this year, so we're going to need to see. I mean, it's difficult to say, right? Because we don't know what an optimal Double Down production is supposed to be. Because episode 1 got delayed a million times, and episode 2... and also, of course, episode 1, there's never really a moment where we know Double Down 1 should have happened, right? There's no starting line, or at least, for at least for me, who of course doesn't know of the history. I'm not exactly sure when Double Down 1 production started, so I'm not sure how long that took, to be specific. But apparently it got delayed a bunch of times. Of course, this episode got a hiatus for a long time. So, like, we're going to need to see. Do I trust that we'll have another episode? I mean, look, I'll put my faith in it. Alright, I'll put my faith in it that, look, I think one more episode in the year is a reasonable target, because, we got 8 months to work with. There's time here. However, of course, the track record is not very good, but we'll need to see. I mean, I'd be totally down for more episode of Double Down. I mean, that'd be great, especially considering I think the other show, whatever, the show with more episodes but less popular, that's called like Supernova Specialization or whatever it's called, right? Is that the name of the other show that Pillow Pepper does? It's not a show that we have watched, but it's a show that exists. By the way, shout out to whatever that name is. Supernova Specialization. Isn't that just the coolest name you've ever heard? That's sick as fuck. But anyways, we end up beginning here with a morning chat as they proceed to go over and get breakfast. And as did they get breakfast? Or did they get lunch? I think they get lunch. And as they proceed to do that, we end up having some general chats where people are generally very upset at Popcorn because Popcorn raved all night. Now, by the way, quick note about this: you literally have headphones on all the time. Like, that is your number one thing. And how is you getting called out for playing the music too loud? You literally got headphones on all the time. Why are you raving on speaker dial? Come on now. Now, I thought you would, if anybody should know this, it'd be you. Come on, Popcorn. What are we doing? Alright? Get back to animatic battle. Alright? But yeah, either way, we end up having a discussion about how Mordor is so positive. Apparently, Mordor is, like, relatively nice. They don't want to judge people by first impression. So, alright. In terms of design work, by the way, do we have re-assetting of any character? I do think we have one. I forgot for who. I think, I do think I think Face Serum has a mild redesign work. Comic book. I think comic book is the most redesign work that is done, but I think there might be some others. They're very subtle though, which means that it's a good job if it manages to be subtle enough where I don't notice it. But I think comic book is the biggest one. And like, there is a bit of a different look. It's all in the subtlety because it's all in the lighting. I think that the lighting just hits the characters a little bit differently, and it does add a little bit of more contrast to the colors, right? It adds a little bit more color dynamic, the dynamicness of the colors in the characters themselves, even when they're indoors or in the confessional room, like, it all kind of changes. So, I do believe that. So it's a little bit different, but again, it's dealing with a very kind of, I'm not gonna say generic object show style, but like, if I really, like, come on, be honest. If you close your eyes and think object show, this is something that would be very close to what you're gonna imagine, right? Come on. So, it's roughly around them. In terms of the VA work, I do the VAs, they do have different quality microphones. However, it's they're all like they're not like, you can tell that some of them are mildly different. However, it's fine. It's fine. It's not a bother. It doesn't really matter. And overall, the VAs, they do a good job. And I think there might have been one replacement or another. I mean, like, I spotted Ms. Bonnie Art in this episode, which I didn't spot in the last one. So I think Ms. Bonnie Art is indeed like a new EA. But maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I think so. Cause like, was Miss Monument even around in 2024? That was like a long time ago. Isn't that crazy to think about? That's kind of crazy. But like, we end up having ourselves the episode, the intro again, shout out Code Red, best object show to ever not exist. And then we end up having some more bus driving. Yes, as we end up having some more bus driving activity, we end up getting to the bus, and we end up going into a neighborhood. Before we go into a neighborhood, Diamond ends up hitting up Poker Chip, being like, yo, do you want to be an ally? And, maybe be allies, because, with Sticky and stuff. And Poker Chip gets hella convinced. Poker Chip is majorly convinced, because Poker Chip is seeming to be the, kind of happy-go-lucky character that is, getting that everybody spots immediately, so therefore it's getting taken advantage of by all the worst manipulators of the show. In the meantime, everybody gets caught up by the order because Flora is just smoking, keeping doing that, smoking on it. I'm a big fan about just how unbothered they are about the physics of the cigarette. Like, I kind of love it. they're so unbothered. No, I think, is this floor design different? Now that I'm looking at it, I don't remember that top part looking like that. Maybe it is. Maybe it did get a mild reverb. I don't. Maybe I'm going insane. I think I think it's the latter. I'm going insane. So, but yeah, I love this like complete like disregard for how the cigarette works. Just like proper let it levitate. Like that's fun. I don't mind it. And I do think that this episode, I think, focuses. I think it's mildly more humorous than the first one. I will say. I think that it's a bit of a. It's a bit of a bump up in comedy, because it is something that some of these shows they have to kind of deal with, right? Like the reality show as obviously they do sometimes suffer a little bit of an issue with kind of like how comedy focused you want to be, because a reality show on average is not comedy. Right, like if you watch like freaking Big Brother, like it's not supposed to be comedy. Like, there's comedy in it. You invent your own comedy from what the characters do, but like they don't write comedy, of course, because the show's not even scripted. Well, the show's not technically scripted. And but then of course when you go all the way to the total drama is still a reality show. However, it's so focused on the comedy aspect because it's taken in that full advantage in the other direction by being satire, right? So this has to kind of blend in a little bit of the both. So kind of like how much more does it want to do? It ends up being a mostly for real show that has tiny gags sprinkled in, right? But we're never like, the thing about it is that it never really does a big joke. That's kind of the thing. Like in terms of comedy, it never does a joke that's like a majority of the time, right? Like a majority of the scene. Usually the joke is kind of like sprinkled in, right? It's kind of like a quick thing. It's kind of like a whoosh, right? Like it's not really gonna it's not gonna take away too much from the scene. This is gonna be like a quick thing, and then we're good. Right, and then right back to where we were, right, which keeps it right. And I do think it's probably the best way to do it, to still have that kind of reality show-esque vibe, while adding in some of that object show comedy that you gotta have it, right? You gotta have the show be funny. So overall, yeah. Anyway, we end up having the challenge, which is to deliver packages. Yep. You'll be around this neighborhood, and you gotta deliver packages, because apparently every single person in this neighborhood has friggin' ordered merch of the show one day after it aired, which is pretty interesting. Now, this does imply that the show is airing while they're on it. Wait a minute. This show, hold on. What is the timeline of this show? No, the timeline's just one day. This is the next day. Right, because they went to sleep that night. They had terrible sleep, and then they freaking woke up the next day and had everything done. And then the show was already aired for one day, which means that this show. So that must mean that this show's live. There is not enough time for the show for a show like that to get edited. Even a show with a quick turnaround time, it's still like a bit, It's still like the weekly episode. Okay, then all right. Double Down is live, official theory. You're watching it in real time. All right, there we go. Discovered. All right, right here today. All right, then. Anyway, we end up having the first team. Dice decides that the best idea is to split up in duos so that we can help each other, not be totally clueless as we help one another, and. We ended up doing that. Lighter and Apple decided to go together. Flora and Mortar, comic book and guitar pick, bookmark and almond milk, and then that leaves Dice and popcorn to the dismay of Dice. Yeah, it ended up being kind of rough. In the meantime, the other fellas decide to also do that. They end up trying to. They also decide to split up into duos. They take the exact same strategy, which, it's interesting. They take like the exact same strategy. I mean, I feel like, I get it. It is the best strategy, probably, for this type of challenge. Well, the best challenge is to go individual, right? Absolutely the best challenge is to go individual. But, if you don't have faith in the contestants, not bury themselves alive, you going in duos, I think, probably makes the most sense. So, that's fair. In the meantime, we're having Cup, which is continues to outsmart Diamond, who thinks that they're outsmarting everybody by swapping out on their blackjack scam before giving the three fellas. So this brush fella ends up getting themselves the three packages and then zipping away. Then we end up having Dice and Popcorn end up spending majority of their time not doing anything because they end up fucking brawling at one another because Popcorn wanted to eat some gummies. Yes, they wanted to eat some gummies. However, you can't eat some gummies. According to Dice, because of course, they're taken out of the bag. They ordered that shit, right? So that's fair. And then they get into a proper brawl, and they're both very evened out at this brawl. Bystanders don't stop at, fair enough. And eventually the package gets stolen. So that's pretty rough. That's not a great move. Popcorn dips. Dice gets angry. Yeah, that's a bit of a tough one. In general, the main perception that I would have here is that, it's not a big deal. I know that Dice wants to be technically correct or whatever, but at the end of it, whether you receive a complaint after that something's missing, it's not the end of the world, you'll be fine. And the same way that the other fellas, they're delivering packages, and if it breaks, it's fine. But you end up kind of having a bit of a struggle. In the meantime, Mag is upset. While Iceberg and Starfruit end up keeping together as the dynamic duo. So they're being relatively chill, but they're doing it. Guitar pick and comic book are doing it themselves to various degrees of success. That they're one of the two things. They're one of the two people that are doing it via a kind of apprentice system where what somebody treats the other as an apprentice. The other team also has this with Bookmark and the other fella. Speaking of which, Bookmark and the other fella. And they're actually, they bond pretty good. They bond pretty good themselves in Almond Milk. They get Bookmark to do that. Bookmark gets confident and talking to a fan and be like, wait, you're a fan of me, Bookmark? The least relevant character of the show? Yeah, fair enough. I'd be surprised too. And all that stuff. But Apple and Lighter proceed to get chased by the police the entire time because Apple proceeds to fucking destroy the door. They don't destroy the door. They proceed to knock on the door a million times. And eventually they get called on the police because, I guess they presumably don't want to answer. It's a bit of a high energy. Now, I am going to admit that Apple and Lighter are getting caught out on this. Okay, well, first of all, why is Lighter involved in this? Why is Lighter involved in this? Lighter literally told him to stop. Lighter did none of that. Secondly, you're telling me that, you're the one that got out the worst of it? I'm sorry. Emerald dug through two people's garden and dug into somebody's house, and they're fine. They don't get the police called on them, but Apple does for knocking too loud. I'm just saying that the fact that Emerald does not also have a police car chasing after him is one of the biggest bras I've ever seen. What? That's not possible. Yeah, in the meantime, Cough Syrup ends up asking over that, Poker Chip shouldn't trust anybody that you see. Poker Chip goes, well, nah, it's fine. And then, by the way, they end up finding Poker Chip and Lemonade, who, yes, they bonded over hot dogs, which is pretty interesting. They end up going over to Paint Palette from the hit show Object Dream Pal. No, from the hit show Dream Pal. which we covered in the last episode of Object Catchup. You can check it out if you go to turn on the second YouTube channel, click subscribe. No, don't do that. I mean, do that if you want. Okay, well, I've said it now. It's too late. Well, whatever. Do what you want. Okay? Do you enjoy us listening to? If you enjoyed us listening to, you know what to do. Okay? If you didn't enjoy us listening to, then you know what to do. All right. So, yeah, they end up apparently taking away some competition from the fellas, and while they end up doing that, we end up getting pretty upset. But either way, they end up switching neighborhood because some rascals have been doing that. In the meantime, Mortar ends up going over to Flora, who's totally like just stoned, like just out of her mind. By the way, I did say in the other episode that this show does eyelash equals girl. Wrong. It doesn't do that. It does eyelash when it feels like it. So, okay, fair. Fair enough. I'm too used to eyelash equals girl, okay? It's too commonplace in the shows that do it. But no, that's not directly true, right? Even though, like, a majority of them, I think a majority of them do have it, but there are, like, exceptions to the rules on, at least on the girl category. I don't know if there's a boy that has eyelashes, out of the contestants on the show. Maybe? I don't know. I don't remember it. But it's possible. But like, anyway, yeah, just keep that in mind. I'm wrong about that. But yeah, the floor is absolutely stud. You can see this. Like, there's some good writing work done on that, and there's some good VA work done on that as well. I wonder if we're talking from experience. But like, yeah, we're going like, yo, you thought about that? Like, maybe life's the big deal, right? And then we kind of end up. Like at the smallest sign of motivation, we go like, whoa, wait, you're right. Yo, let's go. Like we end up just kind of locking in. So they proceed to do like a shit ton of that. I've already talked about Emerald just freaking disobeying whatever Crystal says and just YOLOing around the bullshit, and it somehow works. In the meantime, Flora cannot run, because, we're too busy. But we end up having them do a pretty dynamic duo of freaking having Flora yeet packages and Mortar run a shit ton. And it ends up working out. I mean, well, again, there is a little bit of, like, writing. There's a bit of, like, writing weirdness, to accommodate for certain scenarios, right? Where it's like, hold on, didn't an entire duo have an argument about whether they can leave a package at the doorstep, right? And like that was like a big deal breaker. And now we're having a team that's just yeeting packages to the front of doorsteps, not to the front of doors, not like, taking the doorstep and not doing anything. Right, you see, it's kind of weird sometimes when it's like something in one scene, something is a big issue, and in the other scene, it's a complete non-problem, right? Because it's like, it also just so happens that somehow everybody there also just opens the door at the same time. Like, I'm not, like, that scene's not super accurate, I'd say, but, it goes how it goes. Either way, I think, is that every duo? I think that is every duo. Yeah, somehow Apple and Lighter did deliver them all. They probably just freaking ran around. They're in the middle of the police chase. We're like, hello, would you like a pack? Oh, yeah! So they probably did that. And in the meantime, Face here gets upset that the characters are getting criminal records. Fair enough. I think, now I think about it, CD has a redesign, right? That's like a bit different, right? Also, isn't that just the Double Down logo? Are you a CD for your show? Like, are you CD for the show itself? What is this a CD for? Or maybe it's just like a CD case. Oh, maybe it's like a CD case and you like swap out the picture, right? Because like maybe like your object itself is not. Yo, that's sick. Imagine. Yo, so it's like you're like the CD case, so it's just the glass, right? And then you can put in the image, so you're kind of wearing, like it's kind of like wearing clothes. Yo, fire. Fire thing, that's probably not how it works, but I have invented now and I like it. Let's go. But either way, we end up having the fellas decide to, on average, agree on popcorn to probably get eliminated. Because it's just a better idea, right? It's just the best idea. We're not having an elimination time jingle. That's a pretty sick-ass freaking chiptune, so I do enjoy that quite a bit. And yeah, there is a lot of usage of confessionals, and yep, I still absolutely think it's good. I mean, I don't know. Again, you might look. I don't know what anybody else's opinion is. Okay, I don't know what the other people's opinion is on the confessionals. I think that there's quite a bit of I think there's disdain on confessionals for a lot of people, but I think that confessionals are absolutely good. And like you look, like maybe I need to see the other direction. Okay, I need to see why people wouldn't allow confession. So if you don't like the confessionals, and double down, right? Like you gotta tell me, like, what's wrong? What's the issue? What is making it not good? Because for me, I'm seeing a nice little scene directly with the character that characterizes them, explains the decisions that they made and the decisions that they're gonna do. It's relatively chill, which, at least for this show, 100% complements its general vibe, right? And just in general, like, you get more into the you get your mind more into the game, you get your mind more into the characters, and you just get more involved, right? By hearing by understanding decisions, you are in the game in a way, right? You're not competing, but you're in the loop, and being in the loop is what you need to have a good audio show watching experience, right? To have a good reality show watching experience. That's why reality shows do confession all the time, right? And that's why you'll feel less in the loop in a reality show that's a bit less focused on like everything. Like, for example, I don't know, I'm thinking like Wipeout. I know Wipeout's great, but like because it's all action. But like, are you as invested into what's going on with a Wipeout character? Usually not as much. Right, because there isn't as much intel that gets given, because it's just kind of more action based. And even then, Wipeout, I think, solves it by having kind of like that pre-intro chatter about, yo, I'm a person and I'm actually a data scientist that goes to the gym every 3 seconds, right, or something like that. And like all this stuff, and so that's important. What am I talking about? I realized the elite tier side tangent. That's a 10 out of 10 side tangent right here. Why am I talking about Wipeout? Okay, alright. So we end up with the elimination, where the eliminated contestant getting 4 votes is Popcorn. Yeah, I mean, they're just that's deserved. Nobody else really screwed up. I know that I said that a more physical challenge was going to be in this team's alleyway, right? That physical challenges were going to be in this team's alleyway heading into it. And I still absolutely agree that physical challenge team's alleyway. I know that they lost this challenge, which is a physically routed challenge. However, the physically best suited characters for it did their best, right? Like Apple and Lighter, at the end of the day, got rid of all of their packages. Mortar, I'm pretty sure, got rid of all of their characters. Of all of their characters, dude, of all of their packages. I'm pretty sure Mortar got rid of all their packages. Apple and Lighter got rid of all the packages, right? It's just an extreme and utter failure of the rest of the duos to do anything at any amount of speed. As Dice and Popcorn deliver like 0, Bookmark and Almond Milk deliver like 3, and like Comic Book and again, Guitar Pick, I don't know how much they delivered, but they didn't exactly seem stoked about it, right? So it's just a general failure. But like, yes, the biggest physical assets absolutely are powerful. In the meantime, the best, the MVP, is also Mortar, which means that they have to pick somebody to get eliminated, and they pick Bookmark. They didn't want to hurt the team, and they had to play with their heart, with their head rather than their heart. Guitar Pick is, I did say that. That's my bad, G. And we end up having Bookmark dip. I don't like this Elum, to be honest. I think that, yeah, it's just not great. Because like I mean, this is a show where I think the characters are all a little bit quieter in general, but having like a quiet character like this would have been nice, like it's like Bookmark is that type of presence that never really, like, I would say it doesn't hurt a show. Like, it never really hurts. Like, like, it doesn't really make stuff worse when you're here, Like, you're a nice addition. You complement, like, the scenarios a bit better. And I would have probably preferred a bit of a louder character getting out. Like, if a character like Lighter getting out, like, yeah, because, like, I think it'd be nice. Because, a character like Sticky, for example, doing that, and a character like Lighter, like, they're characters that feel like bombs. You know, they're characters that just feel like we're getting hella far. So I think having that switcheroo where we're getting some of these characters that give off generic finalist vibes and having them not to be generic finalists actually flop massively would have been cool. It would have been cool. It would have been interesting to see. But, nope. We have gotten Bookmark out. We have another scene there where them fellas at the bottom end up having... where Popcorn and Bookmark end up bonding. I mean, Bookmark doesn't want to go to the arcade, but Popcorn wants to go to the arcade and to dragging Bookmark along. Dude, I love this concept so much. I love the concept of just whatever two characters get eliminated will proceed to just bond over a completely random ass activity. And just be like best buds from now on, and I hope they find a way to force that to happen every episode. I don't care that it's not realistic. You get a pass this time because it'd be really funny. Okay. We get a pass this time, and then we end up having ourselves the credits after the remaining player screen. Now, by the way, one quick note about these credits. I'm sorry, but wait a minute. Like, these credits were made to fit a song. Like, they literally sync to a song. So why are we not using the song that it's synced to and instead making it sync to nothing and really awkward? You know? Like, I mean, I know that, you want to change the song, but I mean, wait a minute, why do you want to change the song? Why do you want to change the song, bro? Come on. If you have a consistent song, it becomes iconic. You know, it becomes iconic. It's kind of like how, that elimination time. No, it's kind of like how, that running screen music in B.F.C, like, it's iconic because it never changes. Like, it could change. And it did from time to time, rarely, but like, on average it didn't change, and that's why I'm singing it wrong, but like, that's why it become iconic, right? So having an iconic credit that's like when you hear it's like, ooh, it's the credits a double down song thing. I mean, I know that it's not an original track, but like, I know it would have been alright, and it fit to what was a sick ass credits. So I don't know why we just desynced it for the sake of it. I don't know about that. I don't approve of that decision, but it's also a thing that does not matter. So yeah. What do we have? And then we end up having that's it. Yeah, we end up having the offers note, which we talked about at the beginning. I think offer. Offer is a cool word. Okay, I know it says creators note right there on the screen, but offer. Okay. I like saying offer, and that is Double Down. Yes, possibly. I would say a contender for maybe the most reality show-esque object show that we have seen. There are some competitions. As I said, something like GoFab is extremely related to this. Something like MBMB takes a lot of inspiration from that Total Drama reality show aspect of it. However, it's so secluded in its own universe lore that it kind of complicates itself sometimes. And like, certain other shows that have had this kind of aesthetic to the way that it kind of works. However, this is definitely one of the most, which, again, gives it some ups, it gives it some downs. It makes it long, and it makes production for it very difficult. And it's not going to be one of the funniest object shows. Right? It has gags, and I do enjoy the gags. Like the gag of especially when it doesn't necessarily always force itself under its animation rule set, which I do enjoy. When it's doing a joke, it allows itself to stray away. Kind of like when a Sticky addresses cough syrup in this like goofy ass pose shows up, or like a rotoscoped fella being the one who steals the packet, right? Like, it's not necessarily just like, it's not forced 100% under it, so I do like that about it. But like, it doesn't hold up to as much comedy as it would. So of course, if you're an object show viewer that is looking for funny. Right, if you're an audience viewer that's looking for funny, there are things that I would say are funny in this show. However, this isn't a funny show directly, right? Like, I wouldn't like when I list off top 5 traits about the show, I think funny would not be one of them, right? even though like it has some humorous elements to it, but I don't think like it's one of the main elements. So it's a negative if you don't like that. However, it's a positive if you like chiller shows, right? If you do like longer episodes where you get to kind of marinate a little bit more, with the characters, especially as this episode, especially as this show does a nice is composed rather nicely in the sense where it doesn't have too many characters. It only has 2 teams to worry about. So it's really easy to get in the loop with these characters. It's really easy to understand them. It doesn't overwhelm you, and it does alright in that aspect. So it's doing alright. And, if you're a fan of, thinking a little bit more tactically, because the characters are directly doing tactics, both socially and in the game itself. So if you're, like, thinking around then, kind of involving yourself, being like, oh, would I do that? Would I not do that? It's a very nice show for that reason. Right, because you can proper get in the thick of it, and all that stuff, which is nice. So, right, so I feel like you can get immersed in a show like this more than you can get immersed in a show that's more humor-based. I would say, right? Like, you can really get immersed in this, and I did get immersed in this, and I think that is a massive positive about it. So, yeah, and I personally love shows where you can get immersed into it, like a show where you can proper think through, right? Where, like, I can criticize a character's actions while praising our character's action, right? And it's directly, like, it's written to be like this, right? Where it's, like, it's directly written for this character to have done a bad strategy, where it's character is like, mwah. It's just good stuff all throughout, and, yeah, I would say that it's overall a good, enjoyable experience that I enjoyed a lot. As I said, will I expect more Double Down episodes? I'm going to give it the faith that it can get another episode in 2026. However, yeah, production on these episodes stuff. It's tough stuff, dude. So, we'll hope, I hope for the West. I have no idea if anybody working on Double Down is listening to this. Probably not. Right? I mean, maybe? No. Nah, this show's too big for that, right? I mean, like, it's kind of difficult. Like, to be 100% honest, it is a little bit difficult to someone to gauge with it, right? Because, like, I like to get constructive criticism to what a show should do, regardless of if it's, like, BFDI or whatever it's something else. But, like, I will admit that there is sometimes a little bit of that difficult perceptions to kind of shake away, where it's like so many show creators have watched the catch-up on their show, where it does sometimes become a little bit more difficult to kind of be like, is somebody from this show gonna watch it? Is somebody from this show gonna watch it? Should they talk more direct? Should they talk less direct? Right? But I think with this show, no, right? I don't think we'll listen to this, because the show's too big. Come on. But either way, we have ourselves a cool little episode. So, that is all that I have to say for Double Down. It was a nice experience that I enjoyed, and it was very easy to watch. One of the easiest shows to watch. Go right into it. It was easy, no worries, no nothing, no troubles. It was smooth sailing. It was like sailing. Great analogy. You can tell again when we're like 40 minutes into a segment, I just start chatting shit. Alright, I'm gonna stop chatting shit. I'm sounding like Flora, dude. Yeah, sailing. It's like sailing, bro. Alright, let's go back to the past where I take a look at a request. See ya. Okay, welcome to the past, alright? Because before I have watched the Double Down that you saw in the previous section, we head into this section, which I recorded before that section, if that makes sense. Because we're going to be taking a look at a request, an olden request, a request which I actually had originally missed when I was, organizing everything. It's a little bit difficult to organize. You might have to ask, would it not be smart to actually do something about it, like a form or something? Yeah, it would be. Will I do that? No. So, we're gonna go over to a request from the owner itself, Eduardo Object Animations, because they're a little creator with 63 subs, and they have one main audio show series. It's a pretty small one, but you know what? Let's give it some. No, well, it's not small in terms of length. Oh hell no, it's it's actually quite a long one, but it's a small one in terms of size, knowledge, recognizability. But we'll take a look at it. Released mostly all throughout the sector of 6 months ago to 2 months ago. B.F.C, which I'm not exactly sure what it stands. I think is Battle for City, is here. We're gonna watch the episodes starting from I Hate Stairs. I have no expectations. I don't know what exactly I'm getting into. All I know is that it's time to watch it. Go! Okay, that is episode 1 of BFC, or Battle for City. So we have to figure out what we're dealing with. Well, we are dealing with a host controller that is apparently battling for the right to own a city. Not exactly sure what that means. Do you mean that you own a city as in like you're like the mayor of the city, right? And you dictate everything that happens in it, or do you own a city and you own everything in the city? So like every single house in the city is yours and nobody lives in the city except yourself. That's actually an interesting question, because then it's not a city if nobody's there. So is it even better to own a city? That's kind of a question, but I don't know. But we have ourselves a bunch of contestants, and the challenge is an obby. Now, right off the bat, you will see the kind of the thing about it, and it's that these assets are something. I'm gonna have to be honest with you. So, the problem isn't the fact that it's not filled in. That's actually an interesting idea, which I could see some potential in that idea. And I think that it's nice stylization. However, the thing about these assets, right, which I think kind of hurts it, is that they take all of the worst part of the hand drawnness, right? Which is that kind of like roughness of, oh, the design's gonna look good, but then they attach it to this asset style, which means that it's just stuck like this, right? And it just feels sometimes kind of weird, right? Like, for example, let me try to see this character, like this cheeseburger, okay? This burger, right? Like, you see how kind of rough this burger looks? It looks like it was drawn super quickly, right? And like, if you were doing a hand-drawn style where every frame you redraw it, then that makes sense. However, this isn't. This is an asset. Like, the asset of the burger literally looks like this. And then it's like, it's just the classic question of, why don't you just make an asset? Like, why don't you just take the time, Like, even some simple ones, like, the freaking Domino's or whatever, or the Apple, right? Like, and that stuff's like, you could just make a rectangle. Why do you need to draw it and then have the lines go up, Like, it's kind of one of those things. It's the one design decision that's like, I don't really get it, to be honest. Like, I don't know. Because I feel like it's not very good, because it makes the show look a bit amateurish, right, in concept, even in a first impression, because like the assets of the characters, they're so rough when they don't have to be, because they're assets, right? Like, you can just take the time to make it good, and then you'll be fine. You won't need to bother with it again. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know. Again, presumably with this show, I'm not sure if it will ever change, but like, we'll need to see. The challenge, by the way, ends up being an obby. The obby proceeds to, I guess, it's an obby. We don't get to see much about the obby, but overall, it's an alright obby. The first 3 people saved will apparently be the team captains. However, we still do host an elimination, so it's not like B.F.C S1 E2. This is an episode 1 instead of a 1A. And some intriguing things are happening. There's a little bit of that classic flip-a-clip timing jank, right? Of like, it doesn't feel like things are timed exactly right. It takes a bit too long for the scene to switch into the next scene, right? That type of, little issues here and there. But overall, yeah, that's what we're dealing with. I'm just gonna get kind of like, especially because I don't think the assets are gonna change that much. I'm just gonna get that like complaint about the assets being like, why do they look as rough as they look? Can't you just make them properly if you only need to do it one time? Jim's gonna get that just like said, right? And then we can move on to not mention it in the future while, like progressing from there. Okay? We agree? We agree. Episode 2 is titled Hang On. Go. Okay, that is episode 2 of B.F.C. Let's utilize this episode to discuss some of the other technical elements of the show. So let's start with audio, okay? So audio, there's some intriguing things about audio. First of all, microphone quality. I mean, I'm pretty sure every character is voiced by the same person. But, the microphone quality is pretty alright. I think it's a phone. It definitely gives off phone-sounding vibes. However, despite the fact that it most likely a phone, it's at least a good phone. It's a good phone microphone. We're making sure that it is clear. There is not much muffled audio on there. We're not moving around too much when actually recording the lines, which is pretty solid. We are not in a busy space, which means that there aren't people talking in the background. We seem to be indoors, so there's no sound of the outside, which, it's sometimes even I struggle with. Sometimes you can hear the sound of outside over here. So, that audio is all relatively solid, so I like that. Now, there's a little bit of a interesting thing with audio, with just the pacing of the episode. I think I mentioned it slightly in the last time, but yeah, absolutely, it's kind of weird, because it's like, what ends up happening is, it's like there's a stopgap for every single sentence. Every single audio, there's a gap. Right, like notice. For example, near the end of the episode, right, Nintendo Switch proceeds to say, "Guys, at the bottom there is a city." Then it's a 2-3 second pause, and then it's like a 2 second pause, and then the sound of the people coming in, right? The sound proceeds to end. Then 2 seconds pass, and then we say, "Wow, that was easy." Then 2 seconds pass, and then we cut to the next scene. Wow, looks like Karen Nintendo Switch won the contest, which that means then there's a 2 second pause before we end up in that. You see, there's always a pause, and it's always the same length. It's something, I don't know exactly sure how. It's probably something with the animation program. And unfortunately, it can kind of hurt. Unfortunately, it kind of hurts because you can see this episode, it does want to do timing-based gags, right? Like the gag where we end up having Domino be out, right? So like that gag ends up suffering a little bit because it's kind of bugged, right? It's kind of bugged because you end up seeing the fall, and then there's just a pause where nothing's on the screen, and it's kind of like it removes the timing from the timing gag, right? It makes the timing not work because of that. So something's going on with the animation program in that scenario, which is a little bit unfortunate. Same thing goes with, for example, the gag with the banana, right, being upset and then eventually throwing them down. It doesn't work when it is not as funny when there's when we need to wait 2 seconds for the scene of them getting thrown appears after silence, and then after they get thrown, there's a 2 second scene of nothing right before they cut to the time. So you see what I mean? Like, it's kind of just a little bit of an issue there. So yeah, and alright, so what happens in this episode, though? Let's actually talk about it. We have one of those classic little recaps. It's been a while since we've had a recap to watch. I don't even remember. I mean, I know I've watched shows that have recaps. Don't remember when. Don't remember when, but I'm sure it happened. Dude, was it like fucking Excellent Entities? Oh my god, it's been a while. It's very classic little thing. We're not having the intro. I've not really spoken much about the intro. It's a pretty alright intro. It's maybe exaggerating on fonts. Like, you have more of a distinguished identity if you stick to one font rather than keep it varying. But yeah, we end up having the eliminated character be Broccoli, who got 2 votes. So rip. Challenge is to jump over a cliff, which certain contestants tend to do here to certain degrees of success. A lot of them fail to jump off this cliff. Tomato falls off. Domino is out. Wow, that was a hard fall. I will admit that was a 100% missed opportunity to do II Season 1 gag. I was totally expecting in just 3 seconds. That's that would have been funny, but we missed that opportunity. Then we have Limey getting baited. Then we have Nintendo Switch seeing a city at the bottom, apparently at the bottom of the hill. And then we have the people who managed to make it. To not make the jump being shown. We unfortunately don't get a voting screen. We just get them said sequentially, which is a little bit unfair because, of course, somebody at the beginning, somebody like in the middle will be more likely to be safe than as a result, because you mostly pay attention to the start and the end of a sentence, not in the middle. So it's maybe suffering a little bit from that, but that's how it goes. Episode 3 is titled Don't Fall Off. Go. Okay, that is episode 3 of B.F.C. So, let's talk about one thing, alright? So, this episode decides that it is going to not do a bunch of shit because we don't feel like it. Now, that's not me coming up with a reason. No, that's the show. The show itself is like, I'm too lazy to animate this. Oh, I forgot this. I don't feel like it. Right? And it's like, okay, is this a valid excuse? Let's talk about this, alright? Because it's kind of interesting. Is this a valid excuse? The answer is nah. Not really. Nah, not really. I don't think it applies. I mean, like, of course, you can do anything you want, right? However, if you want to make something that's proper, this is not how you do it, right? You cannot skip a section, right? It's kind of like when you take on the responsibility, right, of making an object show. If you want to make an object show properly, there are the certain things that you must do, and animating what is necessary is one of those things. That is absolutely, you can work, like, because here's the deal. If you don't want to do something, there are many ways, there are many possible solutions, right? There are many possible solutions. However, saying I'm too lazy doesn't work, right? You have to get creative. You have to get creative with it because, like, for example, you don't want to do team picking. Okay, sure. All right. Sure. Let's say you don't want to do team picking. Do, for example, the thing that the classic object shows do, which have the host to be like, it's taking so long, I don't know, have the host go take a nap or something, and then imagine they wake up, and then the teams are picked. You see, that's a natural, in-universe way for you to skip doing the work. I would personally recommend you just do it, but, like, if you really don't want to do it, you could do that, right? Or the same thing goes with an elimination, for example, right? Just saying, oh, I don't feel like animating it, and then saying the eliminate, and then doing an elimination ceremony, but with nothing in the background. Just like, if you don't feel like doing it, then do it quickly. How many object shows have you seen that have had, a speed through elimination? Like the host being like, oh, I forgot the elimination, you're out. Right, something as simple as that, and then on the screen it shows the vote tally, right? For example, like, if you want to go fast, right, like, because it's just, you can't be out here telling me, the viewer, that you don't want to make your own show. Like, it just doesn't feel right. Like, that's kind of, like, you understand? It tends to be a little bit more complicated. I don't want, and I know, because, it's just like, for example, imagine if I don't really feel like doing Catchup one day, and then I upload, like, a 12-minute long Catchup. Like, it doesn't work. Like, you gotta do it. You gotta either put in the effort, or you gotta work around it, so that you are creatively dodging it, right? At least, because just going fully meta and saying I cannot be bothered, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. You cannot be a for real object show if you do that stuff. It's just not. It's just not alright. But yeah, we end up having ourselves the recap, which is interesting. This is almost how a recap works. I will admit that there's a little bit of an over explanation going on in these recaps, right? The recap just need to tell you what you know, so things that have happened. They don't need to say how it necessarily happened, right? They need to say, for example, how would I recap that last episode? Let's see. So I would personally probably recap the last episode, be like, last time, hold on, wait. So it'd be like, last time in BFC, Window made Soccer Ball sad by telling them that wait. Window said the Soccer Ball should be eliminated. It was elimination time, where Broccoli got eliminated with 2 votes compared to Window's 1. Then I have the challenge being to jump off a cliff. A lot of people fail because of Nintendo Switch tricking them all, and that was that. You see? Super fat. Bang. Doesn't take a minute. I know that there's a lot of improvisation going on, but it's kind of the way. By the way, is that even true? Now that I think about it, does Nintendo Switch even do that? I don't like Nintendo Switch said that after like half of the people jumped off. Whatever. But yeah, and then in this episode, there's not a lot to say. It's a tug of war. It's a tug of war. We don't see anything, to be honest. Like, we just see an extreme close-up of people pulling the rope, which means that we don't ever get to see who's actually winning or losing, right? It's just that eventually they fall, so we just presume that they lost, right? So, it's not too in-depth of a challenger. But, let's see who's going to get eliminated, because we are going to jump ourselves into the next episode, because the next episode is entitled Trio of Friends. Here we go. Okay, that is episode 4 of BFC Trio of Friends. Okay, so I want to take this time to a little bit discuss more like what I was saying before about the assets themselves, because other than the roughness of the assets, there's also one very interesting trait that the assets of this show has that's actually completely unique to it. It's the one thing about the show that is currently 100% unique to it, at least, and it's the fact that the characters are their outlines, but so that means that they're not colored within, which makes for an interesting design, which I can imagine absolutely functioning. I could 100% imagine that being solid. However, currently it's kind of not working. Now, why is it not working? I believe the reason why it's kind of not working, it's because of size. It's suffering a little bit from getting from being kind of overly sized here, which I would say happens when you have stuff like the arms, stuff like the face, the mouth, just be generally too big to really fit, right? Or to be, for example, like a different size than the regular, right? Being kind of like, if it's like being a different size, being the same size as the outline usually makes it a little bit more complicated, because I don't know. There's just not that much space to move around, and again, especially considering the roughness of the shape, sometimes makes them closed in, which literally just gives you less space to work with. So that's why probably it looks a little bit rougher. And also, any character that requires an internal design also, for example, has it at the same size as the face, right? Which makes a character like Soccer Ball look rough. It makes a character like Domino look rough. It makes a character like Window look rough, because they have these interior designs that are the same size, probably the same brush as the face itself, which makes the face kind of weirdly melt into it, right? And the kind of a problem. We end up scrapping the recap. No more recap, but we do get to see a shooting star fly off in the distance here at the beginning. I actually like that. I think that was done pretty alright. And some fellas are discussing that is good, including the Domino, which you say, well, yes, it's very beautiful, says with your eyes closed, so you didn't even see it. Yeah, I'm sure. Then we end up having the votes, which aren't even hosted anywhere in specific. They're just hosted at the glitchy video background place. Okay. So, two people voted for just one person, and then we proceed to read the votes one by one. Fun fact, if you told me that two votes voted for the same person, and then you show me the votes one by one, when I see the first vote, I will already know what the second vote is. But, so maybe should try to keep the suspense. But, alright then. We end up heading ourselves over to... we also end up introducing ourselves to the elimination area. It's a very TOC type place. Or it's actually the elimination center, or whatever the hell it says over there. The elimination center. Is that a Q? What is that symbol? What what is that? I don't know. The elimination center. Okay, is what I'm gonna call it. So the tech. For short, we end up introducing it. There's some characters there. Of course, there's broccoli and stuff. And then we're having the challenge, which is a 3-part obby, or, just an obstacle course. We end up having to drop off a very high jump, then do a test, and then throw a frisbee. None of those, I think, qualify as obby elements, but red is like, you don't jump over anything, you drop down, then you... do a test, you throw a frisbee. That's just like 3 obstacles. Whatever. I mean, everything is an obby, right? If you believe. At the end of forming trios to various degrees of success. We see Housey and Serial be together. They seem to be like a couple, even in the intro. They get shown together. When having the test, which some fellas end up doing pretty alright in, some don't. We end up having the gag chords, the 1+1 and stuff. For some, the computer ends up doing it for a team, which kind of questions it, like, yo, I mean, isn't that cheating? No, you're a contestant and you're allowed to do that. I am going to say, though, it would have been a funny gag to hit the computer with a "Are you not a robot?" checkmark in the test itself. That would have been really funny, but we didn't do that. And then we end up having Nintendo Switch calling them out for cheating. Wait a minute. Nintendo Switch is calling them out for cheating? Is calling out computer for cheating? The computer? What is Nintendo Switch the only other mechanical thing in the show? What? I thought mechanical minds stay together. Whatever. So yeah, they end up doing that, and then they end up one by one having to throw the frisbee and managing to throw it. The armless contestants can't throw, apparently, except some of them, which also can. Everything's based on vibes around here. And we end up having everybody, in a mad rush, be like, I'm safe, until eventually the last team save ended up being Housey. Yes, Housey, Cereal, and the Tomato end up being up for elimination. This is a nice amount of people to have up for elimination. It's not a lot, which, considering that, since we have not that many votes at this time, having this kind of more direct approach to kind of like not having many people for elimination is nice. I would say that probably having 4 people, 4, 5 up for elimination is good. I think 3 might be a little bit little, but I think 4 or 5 is nice. We end up having some credits for the first time, even though there's like only like, there are actually like 4 people to credit, but we do. It'll be interesting to see. I do kind of like the fact that House and Serial did it. It's almost like they're distracted maybe from each other to really do very well. I don't know. I'm seeing some elements. I'm seeing some plot elements. All right, let's go ourselves over to episode 5, which is entitled "The Great Candy Chase." Go. Okay, that is episode 5 of B.F.C. Okay, just one super last note, I promise, on these assets, right? Until they might gain color. I mean, in this post-credit scene, they have color, so maybe they're about to gain color. But, you know what kind of annoys me about these assets the most? You know what does it? It's because the thumbnails, right, for these episodes, they're made by Fastboy, right? Creator Questioning Time. And you know what kind of annoys me about it? In these thumbnails, the characters are properly asseted. You see, they're made properly. They still keep to the style of the outline, but you see, they're made properly. You see that banana in the thumbnail for episodes 1 and 2. You see, that's a proper banana. You know, like these circles are circles, these rectangles are rectangles, and then you see, it's just kind of one of those things because I'm looking at that, and I'm like, if you have that, why are we not using it? You know, like I don't know. But either way, we end up having here an episode, which overall I actually kind of like this episode. But there's still, of course, some critiques to give about it. Because there's it's it goes what it is. You know, when you have one man crew that just kind of YOLO in it, there's gonna be a lot of things to that I think I'm gonna need to point out. The main thing I'm gonna point out here is that absolutely, I would say it's a big error to have a song with lyrics as background music. You cannot do that. It's just distracting. It's just really distracting. Because, as people, we are trained to hear words. So if we hear, we will focus in on words when they're being said. So that means that when there is vocals in the background, we focus on that, and that takes our focus away from the show, right? However, it also just makes it for a very messy audio experience when the song is singing. However, it's there's somebody talking as well in the show itself, right? That's kind of one of the. One of the critiques about it means voice on top of voice, and it's not very good, right? Thankfully for this, it survives by the fact that it's spooky, scary skeleton, so it's not saying unique stuff. You just say spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky. So that you can kind of tune it out. It's a little bit of a thing. We end up starting off here with an interesting little scene. So apparently, the part of the alliance, right? The like egg fella, ends up is apparently being emotionally abused. Yes, because Domino and Halsey, they make fun of Milky. They make fun of them. They make fun of them because they're small. So that's interesting. That's about it for the discussion. It ends immediately. But it's nice to know. We get some intel here. We have the elimination that's being that's being held yet again in a random space VO location. You know what? If we are gonna do it, if we're gonna do elimination time to this, I don't mind actually. It's gotta be consistent, right? Like it's gotta choose how it wants to do elimination. If it wants to do elimination like this, I don't mind. It just has to do them. It has to commit to the concept, right? So I'm watching now. All right. We end up having Halsey and Serial a tie, so they're gonna need to do a tiebreaker to get the most pumpkins. Halsey decides to give it to Serial, because they're a couple apparently, according to the intro, and we then end up having the challenge to get the most candy according to the bags, with the bag. So you get the most candy possible. It's apparently a double elim as well, right? Because two teams are up for elimination. I think one person from each team is getting out, I think, is what is going on. So that's kind of intriguing. So you end up starting. Let me give out some props are due. Props. VA is good. I was saying that the mic is good, but the VA is good. I'm actually rather impressed. Especially considering that this show, it doesn't seem to be dealing with a script. A lot of it seems to be mostly on the improv variety, right? This means that it is getting quite a bit that, despite not necessarily having direct words to say, it's managed to do it as well, and it's doing something that's very important that a lot of these shows sometimes don't necessarily factor in, and that is making characters sound different, right? Making characters, sound a little bit different, sound a little bit rougher, sounding a little bit more high-pitched, sounding a little more nasally, right? It's doing all that. It's thought that through, which is really nice, and that's a big step. That's a big stuff right there. It's not necessarily a problem if the characters sound the same, but if the characters can have this variety, it's nice. And you can tell there's actually quite a lot of variety here in the voices that we can manage to make. We can go quite high pitched, but we can go quite low pitched, which I think makes for a nice little combination. So I'm kind of impressed. And then, there's a character of 2 voiced by somebody else. The challenge is to get the most candy. The other thing which I am gonna have to admit is this episode was funny, bro. Dude, I'm not even. when I just when we were on a scene in a haunted house, and then I hear and I quote, "Hello, I am the haunted house." Like, what? And then we just have a pleasant little conversation with the haunted house. That's like so nice. Apparently likes making nicknames, so calls soda can soda pop. And then like, what? All right, I mean, sure. That's so funny. You're out here with the airy type of voice. Like, what in the world, dude? I don't know. But that's funny. This scene utilizing an interesting little tactic that you can see, which is the tactic of not animating, instead just grabbing the character and shaking them violently. In what I presume would be a screen recording of the animation program, rather than animating in the animation program itself. This can make sense in certain scenarios. Where, it's a little bit of a more complex scene, because at the end of the day, we are dealing with, there's quite a lot of limitations. Like, I wouldn't expect to see too much in terms of complex animation from the show, even though we have seen some decent moments, like, I managed to see some interesting momentum usage of characters running and stuff, in here, but, we've not really managed to see too many complex shots in the show yet, so I'm kind of doubting that they're going to happen, because these episodes have released in very quick succession, so there's not really been much space for improvement, I guess. But like we kind of end up having this moment. But I would say for a more action-oriented scene, I think utilizing this, I would say, is allowed. The bag ends up getting stolen last second by the computer from after they escape the nicest haunted house of all time. So the computer wins, and the other 2 teams are up for elimination. Who's gonna get out? I have no idea. But yes, we have a random post-credit scene where we fucking blow up Tomato. Fair enough. And then, yeah. By the way, hold on. Quick note. Alright. Music by either Eduardo or Kevin MacLeod. Neither Eduardo nor Kevin MacLeod made spooky, scary skeletons. So, what's up with that? I'm not sure. But we're going to need to watch the next episode, because episode 6 is entitled Capture Clash. Go. Okay, that is episode 6. So, okay. So, like, what I find really funny about this? What I find, like, absolutely hilarious? It's this recap. Because this recap is pointless on 17 different levels. First of all, it's not organized. It's just improv. You just record and be like, so you see in this episode we had this thing, right? And then it's like, okay, this is not, leave that job to me. No. But like, here's the deal. It's supposed to be a recap, but it's not even organized, right? So you can't even do it. Because how would I recap the last episode? You would recap, Quarters feeling sad because they've been emotionally abused and decided to share that. We ended up having the elimination where Housey and Serial ended up tying up 1 vote. They ended up doing a tiebreaker challenge which Housey sacrificed for the sake of Serial surviving. Then we ended up having the challenge to B to get the most piece of candy possible. They were now getting various candies, however, especially one Tomato, which managed to walk into the haunted house, which ended up actually assisting them in getting some candy. Then they end up getting back, but accidentally trip, giving the candy over to Computer, which wins it for their team. See? There we go. But what I find absolutely hilarious about this is that a recap is usually used, right, when, there's been a long time between episodes. That way, like it kind of freshens up the viewers sometime. And even then, a lot of people decide that's not worth it, right? Okay, so that might be a thing. However, this is the show with like the fastest production window I've ever seen. Episodes for this show come out every 4 seconds, right? like episode 5 released on October 20th. Like there's like a week per episode, so like there's not been even enough time to forget. But other than that, right, considering it, the fact is we end up having a recap for the show, and then the hilarious part is that we don't fucking remember the show. Like multiple episodes now, we've had our fella go like, oh, I forgot that it was a double Elam. Oh, I forgot to do the elimination. Oh, I forgot to do this. And it's like, what do you mean you forgot? You literally have a segment to make us remember, and you're telling me you don't remember yourself? What the fuck? Like, how? How am I supposed to trust it based on that? I don't know. But yeah, no, these recaps, they're very a sight to behold. But anyway, we end up having some interesting new shenanigans because we end up having sometimes, based on how we're feeling that second, the characters are now filled in. Yes, they actually have colors in. Are they filled in? Well, no. To be, I mean, sometimes control. No, okay, I'm not gonna say no, but there's a little bit of that, bucket tool jank where you can still see an outline within the outline, right? But like some characters are fine. But yeah, this does expose a little bit of some other design flaws. Like controller, like it's gonna be for real on this one. What controller looks like that? I have never seen a controller with like the freaking grips be that unbelievably massive. Like look, look at that. How is that possible? How is that you hold? You know what that reminds me? It reminds me of fucking the PS1 beta. Like, the PS1 beta controller, isn't it like famously bad? Like it's like horrendous or something. I don't know. Maybe not the PlayStation 1. Maybe, I don't know, but there's like a... Oh, there is. Yes, this. The PlayStation 1 beta controller, alright? No. Oh, no. The prototype PlayStation 3 controller. Yes, this thing. That you can't see, but like, imagine it. Okay, look it up. Yeah, it looks like that. So... Yeah, we ended up having the elimination where after 4 votes, we ended up having the elimination of somebody. I don't know, if it depends on the vote. Now, Lime ended up getting eliminated, I think, alongside a window after the fact. We ended up having the challenge voting, which ends up getting voted for Catchup the flag. I'm just going to point it out. 50, 70, 70, 17. I believe that would mean, under the logic, that there would have needed to be 1 vote for each, but more than 1 vote for capture the flag. This means that there were more votes for what the fucking challenge should be than there were votes to eliminate. Just saying. That's a bit weird, innit? But, alright, we end up having ourselves a challenge, which is, of course, to capture the flag. We end up having to have... Lime even manages to escape a bit and capture the flag on their own. I'm not sure what their plan was. They were going to make a new team. They're going to make a new team. Be like, I'm the Libby team and I have captured the flag. I'm holding your minigame hostage. And it's like, okay, dude. Okay, bro. What are we doing out here? I don't know, but I mean, yeah. They proceed to play capture the flag to various degrees of success. There's just a bit of general. There's still a bit of the general problem of there isn't it doesn't transition from scene to scene, and in these action scenes it's really awkward when it does a thing and then a thing and it doesn't change from one to the other, right? Because then it ends up kind of having the awkward thing where it's like character gets picked up, seconds pass, but with silence, then help me, then seconds pass with silence, and then we cut to the next scene. It's like, what? It's like, it doesn't work. This is a major thing that needs to be fixed. It makes everything super awkward, and it just complicates every situation significantly more. But yeah, that's kind of the main problem. We're gonna see some interesting characters. We get to see them again. With the new filled-in aesthetic, like window, which that's not glass, that's concrete. That's not a window. That's a wall. That's sidewalky. Then we have computer, which nope, that's a flip phone. That looks like a flip phone. What even? This computer asset, I don't get it. I have no idea what this computer asset is trying to represent. Like, what is that at the bottom? I don't know. It's just dots. Like, what? And then even a character like football, now that they're filled in, is a little bit interesting. But or soccer ball because America. So yeah, there's some interesting designs going on. After capture the flag, a team certainly does lose, and we end up having the episode. Okay, that was something. Like half of that episode's recap. So let's go over to episode 7 of BFC to get a recap of the previous episode, I guess. It is titled Controller's Worst Day Ever. Go. Wait. What is that post credit? Is that Broccoli just getting stabbed for no fucking reason by Window? What? Wait, but isn't Window in the show? Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on a minute. What? How? Huh? Okay. Interesting. That is. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's kind of weird. But we have ourselves an interesting little episode, a sort of unique episode, where we have. Well, first of all, of course, we start off with the recap of the previous episode, which ends up taking a long time. Again, it ends up taking like a minute. Yeah, no, you can't just recap something without being a little bit prepared, Like, you gotta kinda know what you're gonna say. Right, you're gonna kinda know what you're gonna say. Now, I know you're looking at me and you're going, like, how do you do it? Well, you see, I think about what I'm gonna say, right? Like, I roughly have in my mind what I'm gonna say for this section. Maybe not everything, maybe not exactly how I'm gonna say it, but I have the outline, right? I have the rough draft. Right, like I have the constellation. I gotta connect the dots, right? Like you gotta kind of, like you gotta like make it work. But like if you just press record and be like, okay, guys, so in the episode we had a challenge. Like it's say, dude, especially considering again, this is not the good way to recap. This isn't how you recap. You're not supposed to recap by just playing out the entire elimination. That's not a recap. That's just the episode. Whatever. I'm gonna stop talking about recaps. It's so easy to talk about recaps. Okay. Anyways, we end up having the elimination where the eliminated contestants are being Domino. Yes, they end up dipping away. Over in a close battle as 6 votes were cast, which was the most ever. But Domino has dipped, and then we end up having the challenge. According to the voting, you could eat 1 brilliant hot dogs or tortillas controller, which apparently stands for torture controller. So then we end up having the tiebreaker, and therefore the contestants decide. Of course, the contestants decide to torture controller. Why? I almost want to make the argument that controller ain't so bad. Controller ain't that evil. I mean, like in the grand scheme of object show hosts, right? Like the evilness scale here it's not like that high. But yeah, I mean, we still didn't like make them fall in lava and random bullshit and go into like haunted houses and fall into a cliff. So it's fair enough. So yeah, they agreed to torture controller. And that's the challenge. Whoever tortures them the most wins, or if they die, they also win. Which I am gonna admit, it's a little uncomfortable as a concept. Like that's that's kind of like, I don't know if I'm too jiving with this, like it gives the ick, it gives it's kind of weird to watch this, right? I mean, of course, it's not super graphic, especially when we consider that, like half of it is just a looped 1 second, thing of 2 characters eating themselves out and just out. And every other attempt to murder them, it resulted in Hamburger accidentally stabbing Soda Can, making Soda Can spill all out, and then stabbing themselves on accident by slipping. That's like, yeah, I don't know, that's a bit rough. Cereal proceeds to be the one to eventually beat him up, not murder them, however, which technically, I mean, wouldn't that make the challenge not over? Because when he's supposed to die or whatever? I don't know, dude. But yeah, it's a little bit awkward. It does, of course, possibly spark up interesting conversations about like, oh, hey, what is it? Why, kind of like, why is something like domestic violence so like give like in an object show feel as bad as it does when in object shows there's so much murder and stuff, but this type of stuff feels extremely weird, right? It's something that's even been brought up, recently around the OSC because I've seen there's a lot of discussion around this one object Unicode scene that got scrapped, right? Object Unicode that got scrapped about like freaking, I don't even know, it's like a diamond getting slammed to a wall, but they're like a kid, so like you can see it. So like, there's quite a bit of discussions around that, and it does in a way fit in the same general ballpark of vibe, right? Where it's like it just feels a bit weird and uncomfortable, like if you don't want to watch it. Which it shows. I think it shows an interesting possibility. To be honest, I am seeing like I look at it and I'm like, okay. I mean, it's of course, it's not great to watch. However, there is a possibility of making some more intense object show stuff with this type of cinematic of scenery to it, with this type of scenario to it. Even though you're more likely to get clowned on. You're most likely to get clowned on because the OSC is evil and does not like creative expression. But like in general, it's I will say bring voice crack. I will say it brings up some interesting opportunities there for something like that. To be honest, I think that we could see some problems. Anyways, by the way, one quick little note that I'd just like to point out that I haven't pointed out yet about the styling. I know we're talking a lot about the styling. At the end of the day, it's the biggest part. It's the biggest part, right? Because the episodes are short in nature, so there's not much writing to talk about, and they release quickly, so and the audio is relatively consistent. So like it just kind of that animation. That animation is the crux of it, right? It's the crux of what is both going right and going wrong. Yeah, one of the weirdest things that this animation does is that for some reason, when a pose changes, the previous outline remains on. Like, you'll notice whenever a character's like smiling and then they have their mouth open, you'll still see all the outline of their previous smile, and it just looks rough, man. It doesn't look great, it doesn't look great, and it's that type of stuff that's like, it's probably not that hard to fix, right? You would just need to go in there with the brush and cover up all the black again, yes, because what I'm presuming happens to make that happen, right? It's like to that happens because we end up kind of outlining the new mouth, and then we fill it in. However, we fill in all the different colors, and it creates this outline because of the fact that the bucket tool doesn't work very well. Right, so we end up having all of this problem going on with it, and it's just kind of, yeah, I don't know. It's. I think it says a lot, because like it just talks about standards, right? At the end of the day, standards here, they're low. The standards are low, Like we look at the stuff like that, and we're like, we're good. When a lot of the time, I wouldn't say that. I would say, yo, it's like it takes like probably 30 seconds to fix it. But all right then. Okay. Let's go into the next episode. Episode 8 is entitled Too Many Dogs. Go. Okay, that is episode 8 of B.F.C. So, we have decided that the challenge for this episode is going to be the challenge that lost the tiebreaker last time. Now, this does make me wonder, did we really need the tiebreaker if we were just gonna, have both challenges get played out anyways? That is a great question. The answer is I don't know. However, the other challenge, if we can remember, is to eat a shit ton of hot dogs. And by a shit ton, I mean a metric quadrillion. I'm not even joking. I think, what is this number? Hold on. This number is I think 101 quadrillion and 10 trillion and 101 billion and 110,101,111 hot dogs. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think I can eat that many hot dogs. I don't think that many hot dogs have existed for the entire span of Earth. This, you know how much a quadrillion is? Imagine every single person on Earth, right? Every single person on Earth, okay, got cloned like 100 times over, okay? And then that amount gets cloned like 1,000 times over. It's like, that is so much hot dogs. But, you know, whatever. The specifics of the number doesn't matter, right? I just have to point it out. We end up having the elimination, by the way, where the eliminated contestant ended up being Computer, who is non-binary, we discovered, because computer robots do not have genders. Okay, and since when do apples... what do you mean? You cannot use this real-life logic on me. What do you mean? Since when do cereal boxes have genders? Okay, you can't be playing this card on me, okay? And object shows all bullshit. But alright then. Either way, we end up having the controller get their spirits up thanks to Quarter, who's satisfied because they eliminated Domino, and then we end up having the chance to eat hot dogs. The fellas eat hot dogs, but not of course that many, but they eat a good chunk of the hot dog economy, and as they're doing that, we end up seeing some more moments like Quarter, you know, getting pressured on by Milky to do this. I'm a bit confused. Still about what the hell the point of this alliance is. I'm sorry, this alliance, what is the point of this alliance? Like, if you're Quarter, because an alliance is usually like a group of buds, right, that are going to be in an alliance because, you know, they'll help them get further in the game and they'll help each other in challenges. But, like, Quarter does not like these people, does not want to see them go far, and I'm sure that the first opportunity would betray them. So what is the point of keeping up this charade of being with them for the sake of the alliance when you could just fucking dip? You know? Like, you just dip from this fuck-ass alliance. Like, come on now. What is this? Can't be out here doing all this nonsense. Right, especially because, again, it's not really something that works. You know, it's kind of like an alliance. Like, it's an alliance if you're on the same team. It doesn't make sense because you're just on the same team. Especially when there's not a contestant vote, it's a viewer vote, because you can't influence the game. So that's why this alliance shtick, I'm not too sure about it. I'm not really understanding its existence, right? But alright, then we end up having a random transition to like an ad break, I think, where we boot up Clash Royale. I mean, alright, it's cool. Where are you at in Clash Royale? Let's see. Let's see. Where are we at? Do we get to see it? I mean, we do get to see it, but I'm not smart enough to figure it out. The text is blurry, alright? You know, it's kind of difficult for me to be able to see it. You know, friend you on Clash Royale. I don't play Clash Royale. And then we're also having another ad break, which is Nintendo Switch going to jail. Yeah, so many things are happening. And then we end up having after that, the challenges mysteriously ends, and we end up having the elimination from the VO room, I guess. So I guess that's what's happening. I don't know, it's a little bit it's a little bit weird, you know, like, the priorities are so random, dude. You're telling me we randomly got time away from the episode to animate a random ad where Nintendo Switch goes to jail, and then half of the time we can't do an elimination ceremony because we're too lazy. Like, what are these animation priorities that I'm looking at? But alright then. Yeah. we end up having that to being the episode. There is a recap in this one as well, by the way. I didn't mention it, but it's the classic style recap. It does a bit of a better job at recapping, but I guess this shot and all. I started talking about fucking Final Destination. I was like, look. I'm just saying, at this point, you might be object catch-up level. I mean, like, what? You're chatting about a show, and then you randomly go off on a side tangent about a completely different topic. Yes, sign me up. Here we go. That's an object catch-up suitable person right there. All right, then. Let's go ourselves into the next episode. Episode 9 is entitled The Ultimate Showdown. Here we go. Okay, it's episode 9 of B.F.C, The Ultimate Showdown. We are progressing through it. This marks the halfway episode if there's 18 in total. Whew, it's a lot of them. Alright, so in this episode, we end up having first the elimination. But before the elimination, there's the intro, which I didn't talk about it, but I actually changed last episode to this thing. Now, something's kind of weird about this intro. It's just why. So it's one of those why decisions, Okay, we have a original intro. So obviously the best idea is to not use it and instead make a BFB copy intro. Yes. I mean, of course, when you have something, don't. But like what? Well, like, all right, then okay. Well, I guess we'll go with that. But we had a hosting the elimination where Soda Can gets eliminated. This show is having an immense struggle with suspense. Like zero, like literally, I think no elimination in this show has had suspense. It's either said the person who got out immediately, spoiled who was going to get out, or just droned on for way too long. Like, it's just kind of, I don't know. It's, the eliminations on the show, they are kind of, they're kind of generally struggling. Or, of course, they get forgotten. That does also matter. So yeah, we had it going. So yeah, they get sent over to the elimination center, and then we had having the challenge, which is a battle royale. Which I remember, I have brain. It's actually the third option in that fucking poll, the one that got 0 votes. So that's kind of goofy. We're out here giving viewers the illusion of choice. Right, be like, oh no, I gotta pick this challenge, otherwise it won't get made, and then all 3 of them get made. So it's like, alright, then, cool. No, I mean, okay, I guess we could do that. So a bit weird. But yeah, it's a battle royale challenge, which means that it's a complicated challenge, of course, because the thing about a battle royale challenge is that it is pure action. There is nearly no words that you can say about a battle royale challenge other than the fact that, well, my bad, gamers. Other than the fact that yeah, it's pure action, pure adrenaline. There's not many words or none of lines and shtick, so we end up doing it. Now, does this show manage to pull it off? I mean, I said that this show had a lot of limitations, so surely it struggle here. Does it struggle here? A little bit. I mean, there's certain moments that are a little bit silly. It struggles still with the pacing, because it has that pacing problem. It just, with everything. It tampons, unfortunately, every single thing about it. It does not switch a scene when... It does not switch a scene or switch a dialogue or do anything when the last one ends. It does it 1.5 seconds after that one ends, which, and sometimes even more, which just makes it take forever. And any hype... It doesn't necessarily make it take forever, as in it takes a lot long time-wise, but it just feels like nothing is happening because nothing is happening, right, in that downtime, and there's so much of it, right? So it ends up kind of, it hurts globally, every single facet of the show, and it's unfortunate because like you would think that this would be hype as fuck, and in a way it almost is, but it's like it's too complicated, you know, because like we end up having what is it? So like we end up having a like 10 seconds before Apple not even I don't even know, like 30 seconds where we just kind of look at Apple looking around until they eventually go over to Milky, right, and go for the attack, only for them to lose anyways, right? So it's kind of like what you know, like, mate, what do you mean? Like what? But all the time because it doesn't feel natural, you know. Like if you're about to win a battle, would you really stand there fucking aura farming, which Apple does a lot in the episode? Apple aura farming, fucking jumping off a cliff to land a gunshot. You could just shoot it from up there, mate. But okay, like yeah, we're not kind of doing that, but other than that, aura farming, like you wouldn't do that. You would just freaking go and do the thing, right? So yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a problem, but like it does showcase that I do think that it's possible to have this work. Like I see the potential here, right? I see the potential because like there is some interesting ideas there, and the movement, it's not bad. I'm not gonna say it's the best movement of all time, but like the movement of dodging gunshots and shit, it is there, right? It is there. There is definitely silly stuff that happens in this episode wherever consistently. My favorite was when we end up like somebody like or like Syria ends up like shooting Nintendo Switch, right? Because they grab like a freaking whatever it's called, like RPG or something, and they go like right, and then so that should be a lot of shots like right, and then when you get to the shot of Nintendo Switch and one bullet is coming after them, one bullet. And I mean, to be fair, that one bullet is the one that hits the Nintendo Switch, so you know, it is correct. But like, there's some like that was rather funny. I mean, yeah, there's a bit of that in this episode, a little bit of that general jank, but yeah, there's not a lot of chatter in this episode. We do end up having mostly a montage aesthetic, which I enjoy. I enjoy that montage aesthetic as well. I think it makes sense for an episode like this. I'm of course, when I think of this battle royale challenge, I immediately think of object invasion. But this show and object invasion are so unbelievably uncomparable in every single aspect that it's kind of like, okay, yeah, no, I don't know. But yeah, as I said, Apple eventually loses the challenge after suffering from chronic aura forming disorder. So Milky manages to win, and we end up having everybody else, that team be up for elimination. We're not having the credits of interesting quality. I mean, sorry, you can't, dude. Creation of Hatred by Forsaken OST. Now, other than the obvious problem with Forsaken, like, what is Forsaken OST is not a person. The song, what do you mean? You need to say who made the song. You can't just say, by game. The game didn't make it, a person made it, you know? It's like you take a song and make it. This song is by BFDI. It's like, no, it's not by BFDI. It's for BFDI, by that, but like, whatever. I guess we will never know who made Creation of Hatred, right? It's kind of one of those things, I wish we know, but it's kind of impossible to know who composed this piece of music. But yeah, overall, that is the episode. I would say that it deals with a complicated situation. It does achieve it. It still suffers from every single problem that we mentioned before, in terms of the pacing, in terms of the assets not being colored back in properly after getting originally erased. Which makes for very weird, like, artifacts of a previous face on every character's face, and all that stuff is still very much so holds a piece in the conversation. But overall, I would say that it definitely survived. Episode 7. No, what? Episode 10 is titled System Overload. Go. Okay, that is episode 10 of B.F.C System Overload. So, yeah, I mean, I can kind of see what's going on here. To be honest, I'm kind of understanding the situation. So it's kind of like we looked at the last episode, we were like, yo, that was kind of cool, wasn't it? That the little battle royale montage, people like that, right? So why don't we do that some more? Well, how do we do that some more? Well, let's think about this. So, alright, another concept that we can do a cool montage that has people dying. And, I'm playing this game on Roblox where you're surviving. And you can make a cool montage where people dying. So, how about we make the challenge just that? I'm telling you, this is the recap of the thought process that went into making this episode. There's not a singular additional thought there. It's just like, yo, so I like Forsaken. I'm gonna do the Forsaken challenge in disguise. So I mean, alright, then it could go off, I guess. We end up having yet again another of the recap, so, which the recap I don't even get to have. There's freaking Forsaken footage. I definitely did not cook at Nolly and Forsaken. I mean, we don't get to see that. At the end of the day, like, what we're seeing is you walking, and Fastboy Productions DMing you on Discord saying still need help with storyboard. But other than that, I mean, like, we're not seeing much. Yeah, there's some interesting things are happening. We end up having I think I get what this recap trying to be now, because like this recap is kind of trying to do the thing where you have the freaking person talking, right, and then it's kind of like they are an opinionated person, not like a generic narrator. It's not like a host, it's not like a director's commentary in a way, which, I mean, I get it, I guess. I see it. In the meantime, what happens in this episode? The people in the lair want to run away. They should just ask Limey how he did it that one time. But yeah, Housey gets upset. Everybody missed someone. You ain't the only one. They keep forgetting that this shit's cooperative, right? Like, it's not like I want to get out and leave all of you here to rot and die. Like, no, we want to all get out, House. You gotta chill. You gotta take this on the low block. You gotta take this on the chill, right? Like, you can't be out here. Also, Housey is blue, which is not information that I knew. Now, I don't know about you, but what house is blue? Because I don't personally know. But, alright then. We have our intro, we have the elimination where it's a double elim, so Nintendo Switch and Grippy, and they're getting eliminated. We probably to do, by the way, Nintendo Switch, definitely, I mean, it's one of probably the most generic character cons. I will say that the Nintendo Switch in this show, was a bit more interesting than your average, I will admit. There is did do some cool things, this Nintendo Switch, like for example the time they died, like actually utilizing the Joy-Con system, right? So I will say that it was a little bit out there, it was a little bit different. I did kind of not mind it, so yeah, probably do. And then the final 10, we end up having the challenger. However, before the challenge happens, how do we get to the challenge? So, Controller gets all fucked up and evil and twisted down these world because we, I'm doing Roblox analogies, right? I know that it's not like that. It's probably like the freaking John Doe, right? This is not just for saying it's the freaking John Doe, you get corrupted or whatever. But that way, Quarter apparently is tired of Controller controlling everyone, which is unfortunate because it's in the name. But they end up deciding to poison Controller instead. Now, why would you do this? I don't know. I have no idea because I don't know. Like what you're supposed to what? No, okay. Like no, I don't know what the point of that is. Like, what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to get everybody to run away or something? Like, because they'll just get revived. Remember? Like, that was the idea. Right? Like, you can get revived. Revival does exist in this show. Like, it does happen. People died all the time. And back in the torture episode, we had the concept of the controller dying and then come back being in the cards. So it is possible. So if you poison controller, you just poison controller. He dies, and then he comes back. He's all upset at you, and then he makes a challenge to torture you. That's not. This is not a thought through plan at all. So I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about this plan, gamers. But yeah, controller proceeds to turn evil, and they proceed to do a shit ton of murder. We don't really get to see a lot of this murder. It's just kind of characters looking scarily, and then suddenly their eyes have X's on them, so we don't get any cool death scenes. This episode, I guess, in the way that it's formatted, is most similar to Forsaken. It's more similar to that animatic battle episode, Caffeination Day, right? I guess that's the most similar. However, it's not really anywhere similar. I don't know that similar. We end up having the final moment. By the way, hold on. Quarter wins the challenge, okay? And you know what I'm thinking? The challenge is last one to survive wins, Mr. Beast. So it's like, you didn't, you were not the last one to survive. Because you were out here getting grabbed by the fella, and Apple was there exclamating, no. Right? Which means that Apple was literally alive. So there is no way that they, died first. Because in the shot, it's like, in the shot that we end up seeing a quarter, there's no stem. So that means that it has to be quarter, which means that quarter dies, I think, and then Apple wins. So this is rigged. This is so rigged. This is one of the most rigged things anybody's ever seen. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's just a wrong challenge result. I'm not. I just an incorrect challenge result. But all right then. We do us, I guess. Okay. Well. It's time for episode 11 of B.F.C, which is entitled Behind Enemy Lines. Go. Alright, that is episode 11 of B.F.C, and hold on a minute. Is that a plot I see in the distance? Is that an episode with a story happening? That's crazy. Okay, let's go. What do we got? So after the recap, which we're gonna it's so easy to talk about the recap because there's always something wrong with it. There's always something wrong because of course there's something wrong with it. If you just bullshit it when in one recording, of course there'd be something wrong with it, right? It's so easy to talk about the recap, right? So it's kind of like the recap goes freaking says word for word the entire script of the first scene, and then doesn't explain that the entire the poisoning thing on controller. It's like, what do you mean? That's more we don't in a recap. You should never say what a character said exactly. You need to explain the actions, not the words. But whatever. Then we jump ourselves into the episode. So there is a plot line going on here. What is the plot line going on here? Let's try to dissect this, alright? So, we have ourselves a mysterious entity that's flying in towards Earth with their steering wheel, which, you don't think I noticed, is just the freaking asset for controller flipped the other way. Let's go. But, they proceed to, apparently, somebody needs to find him. This red entity needs to find him. This red entity, which I'm not gonna lie, they doesn't show me who that is immediately. So my one presumption was like, oh my god, is that balloon from an anime in Senate? I mean, think about it. It's a high-pitched voice, and then it's red, and then the eyes like that. It's gotta be. It's balloon. It's high balloon. What are you doing out here? Why do you need controller? But apparently, they need to. He's done bad things to them. Okay, he's done bad things. And we need to get it. For some reason, then you start monologuing to the camera. This is controller. He's lived there for years. Well, no, he's not gonna live there no more. Okay, I didn't make that. I don't know. That's a line. That's like a me. No, it's not a me line. That's like the show line. You know. We have some interesting details. One thing which I would like to point out is that it's not the show is becoming more hand drawn by the minute. I don't even know that. The show is starting to gain a bit more of like that hand drawn side, because like you see that an asset like controllers is starting to change a little bit more. I even noticed in one of the last few episodes, because the thumb sticks, right, the control sticks were smaller, so that means that the asset has been getting tweaked from time to time. And we are having a little bit more hand-drawn approach onto it, which is kind of interesting. And the second thing, just a general thing about the show, which I've never mentioned, but I need to give the props where the props are due. I've said that a lot today. And it's that, hey, environmentally speaking, this show tries, right? Like, this isn't that classic little show that just has one static background of grass and then the characters just get plopped in front of it. We have an understanding of perspective that the grasslands where controller is won't look exactly the same as the grass where the different character is, and especially considering how much other stuff it has, you know, like showcasing other locations, maybe even space and all that stuff. Like, we are at a degree of understanding and like getting perspective into our show, which is very nice. It's very high. It's the type of thing where it's you don't think about it, but it really adds a lot of that experience. So I want to give it props for having that, you know, for having that. I think even since the beginning it's had that. So keeping that in mind, it's got a nice solid stuff there in that aspect. So we proceed to have an explosion, which proceeds to for like a full 50 seconds just have the character get spun around in pictures as they're presumably getting flung by the explosion. For the fella, which I still don't know who this is. You look like Soda Can. I mean, like, that's what I think. Is that what you are? I don't know what I'm looking at. But you end up grabbing well, you don't end up grabbing. You end up stabbing controller, and then eventually bringing him over while giving a threat. If you want him back, you're gonna have to get him back. And then she proceeds to dip. She or he, I don't know. I think this show does eyelash equals gender. I think, however, it just depends on the scene. So I don't know. I guess gender fluid character. So, like, I don't know, the controllers are getting robbed, and then we end up having the whole thing. Now, when we have the explanation, we end up being that, apparently it's like, yo, how did we know we were in a competition show? I was there. What? You were there. Are you Soda Can? I feel like this is my leading theory. I feel like my leading theories has to be that, you know? Because, like, I guess, you know, I saw the whole show, including your, maybe. But no, but then if you're Soda Can, you wouldn't be coming up from the sky. I don't know. I don't know. But either way, you proceed to dip away. A quarter ends up being like, maybe we should just let controller go, you know, because of course quarter's doing that whole thing. At least we're keeping a consistent character here. And we proceed to just run away. We really do. We dip away completely. Now, okay, a quick little thing. So you see, this is what I mean, right? When I was saying earlier about the laziness thing, this episode it tries to cut as many corners as it reasonably can. As I said, for example, the steering wheel being the asset, but recolored, right? With the scene, for example, don't you notice that the scene for leaving is exactly the same scene for entering, right? Like the one for spaceship, right? It just mirrored, like all that stuff. Even the one for the turning wheel spinning is the same one, and we take advantage of that eye close up for various different scenes. That way, we only need to make it one time, right? You see, that's cutting corners because we don't feel like making that type of thing. And it's like, okay, sure, you can, but like you see, you can do that, and I don't mind. You just, if you do it, you have to get creative and masquerade it like this. Like this, I don't mind. I mean, again, of course, I would prefer if I got more to see more unique scenes. But if you're gonna do this, if you do like this, I accept it, right? Whereas if you, for example, went, I'm too lazy to show them getting out of Earth, it's like, okay. I mean, all right, that wouldn't have been good. But yeah, but thankfully, they escape. So what are we gonna do? Well, thankfully, Hamburger has the Hamburgobile or whatever. They've been making a rocket themselves for a long time. Why? Okay, so you see, this episode suffers a little bit from the plot point invented today syndrome, right? Where it's like, all right, I can get along with this, right? I can get along with this plot. I can go, all right, sure, we got, the controller did evil stuff, they're coming out to get him, and, Hamburger secretly is a super cool engineer, whatever, right? I can get on board with this, but you need to show me the crumbs of it before it happens, Like, you can't just start me an episode. I mean, again, I'm saying you can't in a figurative sense, right, for if you want it to be very good. But, like, if you come in here, right, and you give me all of his plot point showcased for the first time in episode 11, then it feels like that was invented for episode 11 and doesn't feel as connected to the show. Right, because it's a plot point that starts and ends all in this episode, and it doesn't have an overarching nature, right? Which, even though like these are overarching plots and overarching details of the characters, they don't feel overarching because they don't overarch anything, right? They just appear in the one episode, right? Which is why it's not great. It's why, for example, like Quarter being constantly, kind of iffy about controller. This is a good character trait. It's a good arc that can be happening, right? As like, for example, Quarter proceeds to go on and do something, or like how they did in that other episode, right? Of the poison or whatever. That is nice. That feels fair, right? And that feels proper for like the show, because this is something that was bubbling along for a couple of episodes, right? And then something major happened with that advent, right? So like, having something like this, it doesn't really work, because like if you maybe showed like that intro of like we're gonna get him in episode 10 or something, if that was the last scene of episode 10, for example, and then episode 11 you show it up, right, or something like that, just any of that stuff, just like a hint, just like hint towards the big plot line, or I don't know, in some previous episode show freaking the Hamburger with some tools or anything, like just something that would have hinted towards this happening. However, my presumption is that you can't do that because you didn't have this invented by the time you made episode 10. So like that's kind of the crux of it, right? You gotta know what your show is so you can hint at it. It's one of the more complicated parts about it, right? Like you need to have. Like, for you to do a proper plot point, for you to do proper arc or development, you need to be aware of what's going to happen way before it happens. That way you can hint at it happening, or you can, allude to it, or do that type of thing, because that's how good stuff goes. Anyways, are we going to gloss over the rest? We are going to gloss over the rest because the rest is kind of pointless. We end up having, the least confrontation thing of all time. And it being Serial, go get controller, and then they just do. There's no confrontation. They somehow I don't even know. They just do. But there is not even an attempt at explaining it. That we just get controller. Okay. I mean, you'd think that, in jumping in space to another spacecraft and getting in there while the freaking soda can, the freaking thing is driving will cause some havoc, and then controller need to get up, and then they're stabbed and they're wounded, so they might not get up. You'll think that would cause some drop? No, not really. Yeah, and then they proceed to how to get down, but the spaceship is about to explode, so how do they get down? Well, they decide that, if the spaceship is going to explode because of some random bullshit, we need to jump down from space to Earth. Now, I need to give you the obvious piece of information that is not how that works. If you jump in space, you will not go down to Earth because there is no gravity. Nothing is pulling you in space. That's the thing about space, right? So that no work. That plan no work. But that way they end up dropping down. A quarter ends up thinking, wow, that's pretty interesting. But then Sirio ends up getting the saving credit. Everybody else ends up getting up for elimination because only one person being saved. Multiple people should be safe, to make the challenge a little bit more spicy, but whatever, it's not a big deal. And there is the episode. So let's go to episode 12, since I talked about this one for too long. Episode 12, as there's water in the background, is titled, what did you even buy a host? Go. Okay, that is episode 12 of B.F.C. By the way, thank you for that completely unnecessary long cut of the freaking credits, where it just plays like nothing, where there's no text on the screen anyways for like 30 seconds. I actually love that because Who Likes to Party by Kevin MacLeod is a banger, and you can never listen to too much Who Likes to Party by Kevin MacLeod. So I didn't mind. I'm going, it was a banger. But anyways, we've got ourselves an episode with, you hear it first, lore. Yes, there's lore in this episode. However, first, we have our recap. This time, this recap is actually fine, to be fair. This recap, the recap doesn't feel like explained in the second half of the episode. To be fair, neither did I, so can I really talk? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the excuse that it's 7 in the afternoon, which is, like, the most normal time of all time, but, like, other than that, it's solid. Anyways, we end up having Burger and Cereal talk about what could the city be like. What do you mean? It's gonna be like a city. Like, alright then. We end up having the host appear, and then we end up showing up here to a renewed intro. Yes, a renewed intro that showcases it character by character, and also has a interesting that has like a little description of each one of the characters as they pass around this mysterious thing, which I'm gonna presume is a city. However, I will have to admit, I don't like to say these things because I like to keep it, family friendly, but like, it's a bit of a suspicious shape. But we end up having the description. Okay, let's see. What are the descriptions? Give me a moment. So, Milky, she likes to win all of the time. Alright, seems good. Burger, he's nice and also tries to win. So far, the description of these characters, they're playing the competent. I'd hope so. Tomato, he's sweet and he's kind of hesitant to do stuff. Fair enough. Apple, he's nice and sweet, but he doesn't want anyone else to be mean. Okay, fair enough. Alright. Quarter, he's nice, wants to end this game. He has been emotionally abused by Milky. This cannot be true. I'm sorry. I don't care how nice you are. If you poison somebody, I think you lose your niceness privileges. But alright, we'll take it. Soccer ball. Window does not like her. That's not soccer ball's personality trait. Soccer ball just wants everyone to be happy. Alright. Lemony, friends with Limey, and she wants to be happy. who doesn't? For Serial, Housey is Serial's boyfriend. They are a couple, and Serial wants to have enough love. Yeah, interesting, interesting description. So, anyways, we're having the elimination where Orange gets eliminated. Not exactly sure how all three of the non-verbal characters that got no screen time but managed to still be around. But now we're only left at one, so that's nice. I mean, like, Apple tries to stir up some conversation or whatever, but yeah. In the meantime, everybody's going over to get some gifts. Burger decides to go all the way across the globe to get a gift. And the gift they get is a toy. Now, this is a toy of Housey. To be honest, no, this is like a toy of, like, it's like I don't know. It's like a toy, right? But then it's actually giving controller major flashbacks. Like, major flashbacks, okay? Because let's set the scene according to this flashback. It's a nighttime, okay? And controller gets approached by this character, who we believe is called Console, I think. They are like a controller. In fact, they're exactly like a controller, but they're blue. They're blue rather than cyan. I don't really know how to describe it. Which, I mean, I will say that's not a console, so that is a misleading name. But, like, alright then. I get it. You wanted to make it like it's a parental figure or something. Apparently, they say everything's going to be okay. Take this. It's a toy, just in case I don't make it. Use it to remember me. So they seem to be in danger. And then we get a flower controller crying. As they end up having the memory of apparently Console being dead. Okay, Console being hella dead. And then a scene of trying to tell Console to wake up. And the pain is going away. So controller gets so mad that he starts to go and zap. It's starting to just kind of zap somebody out of existence. Now, I feel like there is a show that has done this. I'm trying to remember. It does give me deja vu, like this type of plot arc. Like, I feel like there is something that has done this. I don't know what, off the top of my head. Is it a BFB? Is it BFB or something? I think it is. Yeah, it might be. Where, like, after, a long build up, you get like a lot to it. But like, no, it's kind of different. Whatever. But yeah, we end up having control just start to freaking power Burger, out of existence. Now, everybody tries to pull controller away, which is, by the way, an abysmal concept of an idea. I mean, if you want for controller to stop magically zapping somebody, you have to tackle controller. You don't go into the beam and try to pull him out of it, because like the beam just moves. You have to get the beam to go away, and by that you tackle controller. So somehow so that has just confirmed that every single character in the cast is pretty dumb. So alright, that's cool. But I mean, we did know that already. It's an object show, right? There do not exist smart characters in object shows. But It's intriguing, but Burger eventually pops out of existence. They are up for elimination as well, alongside Milky, who just didn't do the challenge because they couldn't find a gift. So, yeah, this is intriguing because it's intriguing because the memory is a bad one, right? Because like from the way that it it's one of those things where it's like the toy is supposed to be a token of remembering, right? It's not supposed to be a token of it's supposed to be cherished. It's not supposed to be resented in a way, right? Like when you give it, it's like, remember me through this. It's not supposed to be like, this, unleash your anger at this, right? Which is kind of like, it's interesting because it almost like I can understand this reaction. However, it almost feels like it should be the opposite reaction in a way, right? Because shouldn't you like the fact that it is? I think that shouldn't you like the fact that it reminded you of this person that's very important to you, right? Especially since they wanted you to have this toy, so now you have this toy again, right? Like, would this not be a thing? Maybe it's that range, right? I don't really know, right? It depends on too many factors that are definitely not going to be shown by this show. So like, it's just a little bit, it's a little bit complicated that to really know. I think the reason that I'm gonna go with is that it's look, we don't know what was going on. But from that monologue that Console says, right, like, use this to remember me, this implies that the threat was there, right? A Console might not make it, so something happened, right? Now, this could potentially be an attack, right? So if it's an attack, that means that somebody murdered Console, and that happened, then that would mean that there's culprits. So having somebody who knows about the story arc and got the toy is directly possibly a culprit, and then we want to punish the culprit, so we end up zapping them into death. That's gonna be my plot breakdown, because I don't really know, right? But yeah, who likes to party? All right, let's go to the next session. Which is episode 13, which is entitled Over the Edge. Go. Alright, it's episode 13 of B.F.C, and okay, let's take a breather. This feels like the first episode in a while where there are not major events happening. So, we take a breather, the show's relaxed itself a little bit. It's going, alright, let's step it back. Let's do a regular challenge. Let's do a challenge that's not good. Let's do a challenge. Well, by the way, first of all, we end up having the elimination where the eliminated contestant, apparently it's a 1-1 tie between Burger and Milky, and Burger manages to win the 1v1, which is the battle against Milky. So, so much for trying to win always. And then we end up having the challenge, which is a race across the extremely long glass bridge. You have to get to the end. There's lava if you fall down, so you will have to respawn. Is this a good challenge? Okay, so here's the deal. It's not necessarily a bad challenge, but it's that type of challenge which, by the way, as the show would have described it back in the first two episodes, this is probably like an obby challenge, which would make it like the fourth. But other than that, it suffers from the bit of the problem that race challenges tend to have, is that, like, when you are witnessing a race challenge, you are seeing stuff happen, but you don't know what is happening, right? You don't know the status, right? So it's like when I see this race, and when I see somebody falling down, I see them running side by side, and it's like, all right, well, in a race, I have to know what position the contestants are in. To have a good watching experience, I feel like I just have to know who's ahead, right? You need to know who's ahead, who's behind, because that's so much in vital context, right? Like, is somebody doing catching up, right? Like are they trying to, go from third to first? Are we trying to get an overtake at the beginning? Or is the bottom of the pack trying to speed up, right? Like, all this stuff is extremely important for a race, and it's just missed. This guy is not there, it causes some problems. I'm gonna have to say it causes some problems, because it causes just I guess the best way to describe it is kind of like a nothing burger of an episode, right? Because it's not that stuff doesn't happen. Characters falling in the lava and stuff. It's like, OMG. But the problem is the OMG isn't felt, because it's like, well, I don't know what the stakes were. I don't know what the stakes are. Especially since kind of like honestly, a bunch of BFC episodes, it kind of just ends abruptly with a character winning. So, this is a bit, it's a bit like kind of like, it's not amazing. It's not amazing. So, yeah, the challenge of this episode says it's kind of averaging here a little bit. It goes how it goes. I will have to say, I do think that this is probably the the best recap, one of the good recaps that we've had. However, another tactic that these recaps play that I've been finding quite funny is that they keep saying, oh, this is the most blank in BFC history, but I didn't save it, other people save it, and I agree. It's this exact form. It's like, this is the saddest series in BFC history. Or at least other people said, and I agree because I cooked with it. Okay. Okay, bro. Alright, bro. Alright, G. You do you. But yeah, it's intriguing for sure. We end up having Burger win. Burger's locked the fuck in. There's not much to say about it. Burger is locked in. Burger wins that 1v1 with Milky in 1 second, and then wins this race as well while proper in the zone. So like there's some stuff going on, right? One thing which I do need to ask, it's running across a glass bridge. Did BFDIA like 20 release yet? Or like, you know, the BFDIA, like when did hold on, let me check. BFDIA, let me see. BFDIA 23, 4 months ago. If it's episode 3 months ago. Caught you. Stolen. Nah, it's not stolen, but like it's not stolen, but like, you know, I can see the inspiration, I can smell it. I can smell it from 5 miles away. Running on a glass bridge. Alright, got you. Yeah, Burger finishes, and by the way, for the first time in ages, we have a voting screen. Like, the characters you can vote for all on the screen at the same time. It took 13 episodes to invent that concept, but yeah, I mean, it was a concept like episode 1, then we bailed on it forever. I don't know why. I think it's probably because of the lack of versatility, I guess, between just how many. And to be honest, my second prediction as to why we never did that is because it seems as if, you know, as with these episodes ending abruptly, we just get lazier near the end. So we just end up kind of being like, I don't feel like, I'll just add the default image of the character and talk, oh, we're fine, you know, you put it. Yeah, something like that. I don't think that's probably how the exact sentence gets played out, but, you know, we're gonna go with that, alright, for now, okay? Yes, sound good. And then we end up having our credits, which, you know, if the episodes are getting to this length, then, like, the credits are progressively taking up more and more percent of the episode. Because the episodes are getting shorter, but the credits are getting longer. So I'm not sure if this is, you know, it's taking a moment. I mean, they're not as long as the last episode. You know, the Kevin MacLeod credit, Who Likes to Party credits, they were hooey. But, you know, like, it's those stuff's like happen. But alright. It is now time to head to the next episode, which is episode 14 of BFC, which is titled, This Seemed Easier in Our Heads. Go! Alright, it is episode 14 of BFC, another relatively chill episode, as it seems like, you know, we're kind of locking ourselves into a little bit more, you know, we're grounding ourselves. We did the lore, now the lore kind of done, and then we move it. But you see, it's kind of the thing about it, right? It's kind of the thing. It's weird because we have these episodes that are all mega lore, and then we have you have all these episodes that aren't, right? And it's like, you see, these episodes, these non-lore episodes, they're the ones that need to give the crumbs to what the next lore episode is going to be, right? They were like, with these episodes, we should probably get a preamble to what big thing is going to go happen next, right? But we're getting kind of nothing. and it's kind of complicated, you know. And it's kind of complicated sometimes to do it because it's like we're probably gonna get all the lore within the episode itself, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, but like these two episodes didn't have anything. Couldn't we have taken some of the time from these episodes? I mean, not saying they don't have anything, but like, they don't have anything lore related. Everything just progressing the competition. So like, you know, it would have been useful to go from there. And sprinkle it across these, right? But, you know, I guess it goes how it goes, I guess, in this economy, alright? So, yeah. Well, we start off with a recap. Yes, of course, we start off with the recap. This is actually the shortest recap, I think, because, you know what? Again, I feel very seen. I feel very validated seeing this recap because I was wondering, because I was heavily glossing over the entire glass bridge race section, because I was like, yep, they do the race, and some people fall and stuff, right? Okay, and I'm super happy to point out that that is exactly the general opinion, because you see Eduardo doing the recap out here, and then the freaking immediately, as soon as you get to the race, being like, damn, nothing of note happened here. Burger wins. You know, like, it's just, yep, that makes sense. Yeah, indeed. I mean, there was not that much. We end up being back to the elimination arrow. Banana is still trying to think of a way to escape. Domino questions and it's like, yeah, I mean, you do want to escape, but like, there's a certain degree where you have to stop thinking about how to escape, and you have to start trying to escape, right? At some point, you need to attempt a plan. You can't just be out here being like, how are we gonna escape? How are we gonna escape? How are we gonna escape? Alright, so, they, try to do that. They try to, maybe sort out a torch. So, we don't really know what the plan is to get a torch, but, I mean, I don't know, we can, like, set Nintendo Switch on fire. Maybe you could do that and overheat it. I don't know. I mean, they end up being like, yo, do you want to see your friends again? Yeah. I mean, you do have to remember that there is always the possibility that like, the only reason they're not locked away from seeing them forever. They're only not seeing them because they're, you know, doing well in the competition. So in a way, I mean, it's kind of like a positive, right? However, yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm understanding, you know, the problem that these characters are having here, right? Heading into it. Then we end up having the challenge. Well, actually, first we had the elimination. Tiebreakers, Tomato and Lemony. They end up jumping over a cliff. Tomato does it. These tiebreakers feel very, very, like, scripted in nature. You know, they're giving heavy, like, nothing's actually, like, you notice how they just happen and the winner wins without really many events within it. It's kind of scripted, you know. As we look at the tiebreak, it's like, who do I want to stay on? And we're always keeping the more useful character. Burger is a more useful character to keep around, and Milky, Tomato is a more useful character to keep around, and Lemony, right? There hasn't been an upset victory yet at any tiebreaker because, you know, we're kind of nudging them out of there when we have the chance. So I get it, but, you know, I can clock it as well. Hide and seek. There's a team of hiders and there's a team of seekers. If the seekers find all of the hiders, we are good. If the hiders survive, they manage to do it. Now, there is a couple of details that to make this a little bit more complicated. So first of all, this is not your usual hide and seek, because it is not a hide and seek kind of zombie like you usually see it. Because usually the way that hide and seek works is if a character is one person starts only, and everybody else is a hider. However, if you grab a hider, then they become a seeker. Now understand that it doesn't really work for the concept of the thing, right? Because of course you need a team, so I understand it, but then it still is kind of a broken concept, because you'll notice that the hiders did not have any type of time. Like they were just like, if they succeed at hiding, what do you mean succeed at hiding? For how long do you need to hide until this gets marked as successful? I don't know, but yeah, no, the hiders suck at this. They don't. Yeah, no. Burger does the hilarious zero, probably a contender for the dumbest decision ever made by a character. They're both hiding, and then we go, I'm gonna throw a quarter. Now, I think the idea is that quarter gets thrown, it acts as bait, they leave, and you stay in. That way somebody stays. I understand the concept. However, if you see a character getting mysteriously flung, you will go to the character to where they are flung, and then you are gonna go to who flung them, because they don't want to just fling themselves into the open. So it's the one thing that makes both catch both of them, which is crazy. And somehow Burger isn't even in the voting screen. What do you mean? Where is Burger? Burger is cheating now. Burger got cheated in that one episode with the gift, and now is just hacking. You literally were part of the hiding team. Why are you not up for elimination? Whatever, dude. Okay. Let's just go to episode 15. Episode 15 is titled Confidently Incorrect. Yeah, this elimination screen. Alright, let's go. It's another episode of B.F.C Season 1. Alright, by the way, it says Season 1. Just say, I mean, like I'm saying Season 1, I mean, currently I am not aware of the existence of a Season 2, which is interesting, because usually we do not point out that it is a Season 1 unless there is already a Season 2, right? So that's kind of a little bit of a mystery that, it's a bit unsolved mysteries of the world. But yeah, we end up having ourselves the episode where we have a renewed intro, which is like so unbelievably over the top. There's not what to say about it. It is unbelievably over the top. I mean, I don't mind it. It's pretty standard, but like it's using this freaking filter to make it look cool, which like I don't know if it's working. I unfortunately might have to say that out of these BFC intros, my favorite might just be the first one. Just be for real. I mean, yeah, maybe I'm too simple at that, but like it kind of worked. But all right, we end up heading ourselves into the elimination. By the way, I never said about the elimination, even though it changed like about a couple episodes ago. The new elimination. What was it? Who is gonna be eliminated? yeah, we put the freaking auto-tune. It's fucking eliminated. Yeah, alright. I can do auto-tune without auto-tune, there you go. And we have another tie. Yes, another tie. This time between between Apple and a quarter. They this time the tiebreaker is going to be your peers. Yes, because you will need the other contestant will choose who to eliminate. They all decide to eliminate quarter for being evil. Yep, fair enough. In the meantime, we have a quiz show, which is the answer. At the end of the day, every show does also get the right to one, what to say. Every show has the right to one of these challenges, to one quiz challenge, to one game show challenge, right? I mean, usually I like to say that they have one talent show challenge, right? And this show hasn't done a talent show challenge. I don't think it's going to do that, but it does have the right to, I guess. So, a challenge. What are we battling for? Yes, we're battling for a city. What is 1 + 1? It is 2, even though Burger gets it wrong. What is their favorite fruit? Apple answers apple. Why do you... I mean, like, I feel that's not... it's a bit of pessimistic thinking that, Apple's like, oh, god damn it, they must like to eat me. But, alright. It's grapes, apparently. Then we end up having the question 4. But what I don't think that question was specified. I don't think we ever found out that grapes were bro's favorite fruit. I think that's just new information. 2 + 2 is 4, did you know? And then we end up having the hard one, which is 1 plus 15 times 78 divided by 9 plus 6 minus 5 times 41 divided by 7 minus 4 times 5 plus 85 divided by 42 minus 65 times 10, which apparently stands for, which apparently, according to Serial, is 560.262. Is negative, I think, 560.262. I will not bother to fact check this. I'm just going to trust it at face value, because why would I ever doubt a cereal box? So, yeah. They had to choose. Do they want immunity to the final 3 or to give somebody else immunity into the final 3? Soccer Ball ends up trying to cash in on all this alliance nonsense the one time that it matters. And like, you said we were gonna stick together. You said we were gonna stick together. So you can give it to me as a signal of our friendship. And thank to God, alright, thank to God, Serial was like, no, I'm going to the final 3. So yes, Serial is officially immune. Let's go. And they are now immune to the final 3. This is perfectly reasonable. I know people might get upset, being like, no, why didn't you give it Soccer Ball? But like, Soccer Ball's talking rubbish, as to Housey would say. It's like, talking total rubbish, being out here like, oh, we gotta stick together. You said, don't betray. You gotta stick together. And it's like, wait a minute, if I choose immunity for myself, then that means that one of us is at the final 3 guaranteed, right? And then you can qualify into the final 3 to play with me, and maybe I can even help you now. I don't need to worry about my personal challenge performance. That sound good? Yes. So, and then if I give immunity to you, then you are, say, the final 3, and then you could try to bolster me out doing that. It's the same scenario. Right? It's like the exact same scenario. There is no additional sticking togetherness that giving your immunity to somebody else does. Right? Other than that. So, this is 100,000,000% the correct decision, in my opinion, for them to do. And it was totally respectful as well. Cereal Box is a respectful person. So they're doing things the right way. They're not being like, no, right? Because like this is the type of thing that all the show contestants do all the time. They go like, what? Why would I ever give it to you? Laugh at this person, please. And like, oh, come on. But like, you see, there's a bit of kind of respectfulness here with the cereal. They're like, all right. No, they don't say that. They go like, sorry, I will not be able to do that. I will choose to be in the final 3. Because I want to be immune. Like, it's personal. Like, like, everybody has this thing about, like, kind of like playing selfless or whatever. But, everybody has that personal boundary, and you gotta live it. Everybody else, is up for elimination. In the meantime, we are apparently using forms now, or links. I'm presuming it's a Google form, for the voting. And instead of... I was about to say Google Comments. I mean, I guess YouTube is owned by Google. But that is episode 15, and that means that we can head on to episode 16, because that's how 1 plus 1 works. Take that, burger. Alright, episode 16 of B.F.C is titled One Last Trial. Go. Okay, that is episode 16 of B.F.C. Now, just as a warning, you might hear noises and shit happening and stuff, so that's cool. But we have ourselves one last trial, which is apparently the final challenge of the B.F.C. universe, because presumably we are doing the thing, right, which is, the challenge, then the final 3 end up having the elimination, and then the filler episode with no challenge because it's a vote to win, and then the final episode is the winner, right? That's what we're doing. So we proceed to have this challenge where we end up having an interesting beginning, because it's animated by somebody else. You see, you see how somebody else has done it, and like, this is a good example of what I mean, right? So you see this other animators at the beginning. I don't know who this is, but like they have started off here with an interesting design. Now look at that soccer ball. Okay, look at that soccer ball. Why does that soccer ball look better than the other soccer ball? It's because of a couple of factors, but there are two main ones. First one, it is a clean asset, right? Like, even though the dots are placed sporadically, like the design indicates, it is a circle. And the power of just having a ball actually look like a ball cannot be underestimated one bit. Alright, it cannot be underestimated at all. Alright, and the second thing, as I said, it's background details of a character should, like, you know, like in their design, should differentiate from their facial features, right? Which is something that the designers of B.F.C usually struggle with, right? As I pointed out. And you see this is fixed because by having the dots in the pattern in the background be these big dots and the face then be smaller as a result, you look at it and you are clearly, despite the fact that they're both black lines, manage to understand what is face and what is background, whereas it blends way more significantly in another scenario, right? And even then, I would massively recommend making it like gray or something in the background to differentiate it even more. But like that's what I am meaning. All right. In the meantime, Quarter proceeds to go on whatever monologue this is. It's funny how quiet it gets when you start fighting. I thought strength meant holding on, staying angry, pretending I still cared. Now I see there's a different kind of silence when you got nothing left to lose. Doesn't scream, it doesn't cry, it just exists. Okay, I'm sorry. There is, you know what, I'm just gonna be honest, I'm putting very little faith in the show here, but I refuse to believe that this show wrote this. There's no way. There is no, I refuse to believe it. You know, this has got to be from something else. All right, come on, come on. Maybe I'm wrong. If it's so, fair enough. But like, no, I don't know. This is something else. Everybody else is pretty pissed at Quarter 4 of this, being like, what what kind of person like you wants to escape? Who do you think? You're not the leader of us, and you will never be. This has approximately zero things to do with any of what Quarter was saying. Now, what Quarter was saying, I don't really know. But, like, I don't know what either of these two. This conversation is just one big pile of nonsense to me. But, like, I mean, it is some stuff's happening, alright? I'm not sure. But, like, it's there, alright? Okay, I mean, go off, I guess. Then we end up having the eliminated, and we end up having 56 votes. 56 votes. That is a suspicious amount, considering the episode 15 only has 70 views. I am sensing a little bit of a problem. Yes, of course. I mean, it doesn't, by the way that controller says it, it doesn't seem like we clocked this, but like, everybody in the fucking universe, apparently, cannot figure out when they make a Google form to tick the box that lets the people vote only one time. It is apparently an inconceivable plan that nobody can do. Because, like, it's just one of those things where it'll just, if it's an option, it'll just happen. Because it's so easy. You know, because it's so easy to do. Like, you finish submitting the form, and then it's just right there, big ass button, submit another form. And then it's just easy. You're so tempted. I mean, if you want an outcome to happen, it's so easy, right? And like, you know, he's not doing it. Especially when I know the bias, of course, having, you know, Tomato and they're getting eliminated with 27 votes, like 2.5 times as much as Apple, right? And it's like, okay, yeah. It's a bit unfortunate. And and again, I'm kind of worried about it, considering the fact that the show has not apparently realized this. I'm gonna tell you, just in case we're heading towards whatever season we're doing, and then we're still doing this. When you're making a Google form, make dead ass for sure that you cannot submit multiple forms, please. Okay. Anyways, we end up having Tomato be eliminated, and we end up having the challenge, which is all of the previous challenges combined. Yes, I'm a bit in a singing mood, And as we end up having the classic little challenge of all the previous challenges combined, we have ourselves the little issue that arises with the challenge of all of the previous challenges combined. There is no issue with that challenge in the sense of, like, it's a great challenge idea. It's a stunning challenge idea. However, it will suffer from the major issue that races have in general. Because at the end of the day, this is a race, right? The challenge that is a combination of all the previous challenges is supposed to be a race. You're supposed to do everything as quick as possible and reach the end, right? When you have done all of the challenges. That correct? Yes. However, this it coincides with the race problem of it's very difficult. And you can see that it is a very difficult task for this show to pull off, as we saw in the glass bridge, to properly indicate who is ahead in the race, right? And it switches around constantly, right? Because there's very little very little idea put to the timing of stuff, right? Where like where characters catch up seemingly at random, they take over, and then suddenly they're behind, right? Like there's not really a sense of why did this overtake happen rather than that, right? It's because it's just that lack of that logic which is lacking, comparatively. That's kind of the thing about it, right? Whereas like, if you, for example, look at B.F.C S1 E2, which is, the hit new episode that does this challenge idea, what you'll notice is an immense amount of doing that. They check up on the map constantly. They constantly show you where the contestants are, how far behind they are, how lead they are, and they're not afraid to make a character have a big lead for a bit, right? Whereas, what I noticed with this show, with this episode, and with a majority of other shows that do this, is when other shows do this challenge, they are definitely afraid of a lead forming, because it means that a character will constantly be ahead, and we're needing to rehab the same challenges to the character behind, who shouldn't reasonably be able to catch up, because why the hell would they be catching up? Nothing is changing, right? It should theoretically remain at the constant speed. So they're definitely afraid of this. So we just make it so that it's just kind of tied all the time. And then it's like, well, it doesn't matter if it's tied all the time. No, then the entire challenge gets null and voided, right? If it's tied all the time, right? So then it's kind of all right. I mean, it's not exactly amazing, right? And this is the problem that arrives here, absolutely. I mean, you can see that there's a lead for a bit, but by the time we get to the glass, to the gaming and to the glass bridge, like, to the running away from the monster, everybody's pretty much just tied, right, to the dot. And at the quiz, they end up being perfectly tied, right? So yeah, it's kind of rough. Now we end up having some other things that also take into play. The recovery center, we're now having a couple of scenes of character respawning from the recovery centers. Of course, this episode was released in February, which means there is a 100% chance that we looked at BFDIE, which does this a lot. It does the concept of characters respawning from their own personalized recovery centers, maybe even too much, and it does it, and we went plonk, and we put it into BFC. Don't you think I didn't notice? Don't you think I didn't notice? You ain't getting away with this. It's not a problem. You're not getting that big detail, not to mention. But Yeah, then we proceed to do all of the challenges. Now, I will admit that I do actually enjoy this. To a degree, I found the workarounds for the challenges that would require multiple people, like the tug of war, having like a stick figure on the stick, being kind of cute. I like the capture the flag, just having two flag podiums and all that stuff, having like a hot dog landmine, like various things which are relatively solid. So I like it. I dislike the complete lack of anything regarding audio, as in like we just completely ignore to have the character speak at all. The character are doing his chant silently, and then we just have whatever is in the background. We have like a 1x1x1 song, because Forsaken, which, Forsaken, let's pretend for a moment that Forsaken is not problematic. But like, if we for a second but like it plays the song, it's not even long enough because this montage is like 5 minutes, so the song has to loop like 2 times, which is not exactly amazing. But yeah, either way, we end up having the buzzer, and the soccer ball buzzes in first and gets away. However, they lose the challenge. Huh? Apple wins because they actually did most of it. What? You did what? I'm sorry. Okay. What? No, that does not make sense. Soccer ball finished it first. And since soccer ball finished it first, soccer ball should win, right? Because it's like, what do you mean Apple did the most of it? They did the same amount. No? I guess I didn't see everything. There is the possibility that, like, I think the soccer ball just skipped by when I whoop-de-doo and just walked past the challenge without doing it. But, like, I'd presume that you needed to have done every challenge to get to the quiz challenge. So that would mean that by the time that soccer ball finishes the quiz challenge first, they'll be good. So I don't like that. No. That's a bit of a rigged win there for Apple. There's a common theme of wins in this show kind of making no sense. Who's getting out? Is it Burger or Soccer Ball? I don't know. At this point, I'll be honest, I kind of hope it's Burger because Soccer Ball got totally scammed out of a win. But I have no idea. Episode 17 of B.F.C is entitled No Matter Who Wins. Yep. Go. Alright, that is episode 17 of BFC. It's a new day, by the way, so you might hear me at a mildly different tone, because morning voice is a little bit different than evening voice or whatever. But, so we have ourselves the episode. Now, okay, here's the thing about this episode, alright? I know that this is this is always the staller episode, right? The episode where not much really should happen in theory because we only need to do the vote to a winner, okay? So, in general, it's kind of a stalling episode because it needs to kind of come up with content, with non-competition content, because the competition is pretty much, there's nothing left to do, right? So, like, yeah, alright, I get that. I understand it. But do you need to stall it out this much? It's not this much nothing. You can try to write a non-competition. Just have the characters chat. I don't know, have something happen. It's not like have another spaceship drop by. No, I'm kidding. But something could happen. And it would be interesting, right? But instead we don't do that. After 4 minutes, the episode is basically done. We end up showing random clips and stuff, for some reason. I don't really know. They're listed off as advertisements, which I know that the episode did I think one time in the past. But let's actually go through event by event. Okay, so we start off, of course, with our fellow recap. Will Quarter be present one day? I hope not. And now we and Quarter is such a pessimistic fella. You think we will be the president? Imagine Quarter as the president. Quarter would just go like, well, they might be bombing us, but maybe we deserve it. Society kind of bad. And like, come on, that's not a Quarter. Let's chill. In the meantime, Serial decides to apologize to Burger for episode 15, where they betrayed Soccer Ball, even though they absolutely didn't do that under no circumstances. That is an entirely made up idea by everybody, and Serial is 100% in the right. But alright then, in the meantime, we're hosting the elimination where we, which is the last elimination, 72 votes. Fun fact, 72 votes out of the 81 views of the last episode, and I'm not even sure if it had 81 views by the time that this episode released. That would be impossible. That's not how that works. You cannot get a percentage of viewer to vote ratio that high, which means that the Google form is still 100% broken, most likely, and therefore you can vote multiple times. I do like that whoever is rigging this vote, alright, I do like that at least whoever's rigging this vote is trying to keep it realistic, They're not making it a 70 votes to 2 ratio. That they're evening it out. They're going like, alright, 40 votes to you, 20 votes to you. They're trying to make it look like a competitive voting. Alright, I get it. But yeah, no, you gotta fix your forms, you gotta fix your forms and stuff. It's a big important thing when doing that. Otherwise, you might just have to switch to comments again. Anyway, Soccer Boy ended up getting eliminated after getting absolutely scammed out of the immunity last time. They do, however, have to say bye-bye. They deserve that final 3, absolutely, but what are you gonna do? Sometimes you just get scammed like that. So bye-bye to them. And then we end up having the break. Controller dips. The contestants don't really do much of anything. They just decide to hang out. Now, yeah, the thing about this is that there aren't many great examples of this staller episode, quote-unquote, right? Because a lot of the time shows desperately try to work around it. Right? They try to work around the existence of the Staller episode by, kind of making other shit happen, right? And instead of making it, like, for example, like that latest B.F.C S1 episode, that's an example, right? That would be this. It doesn't have anything to do. It's a non-competition. However, it invents its own competition format for the episode anyways, with the whole let's fetch the votes thing, right? And that's how it solves it, right? And every show tries to find its own way to solve this, whether it's kind of making it a fun, unrelated episode, right, like a fictional scenario, right, which could be fun, by the way, something like that. Like, for example, if the contestants were like, wow, what are we gonna do when we own a city, and then we end up seeing all of the scenarios. It's like Apple would, I don't know, build the facility or whatever. I don't know what they would do with the city, but we could see some scenario that allows for humor while at the same time keeping it, characterizing the characters while at the same time improving them, right? Like, you can take this opportunity. You don't have to do a challenge. You can just take these characters and write them. But we have ignored that, unfortunately, which, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's rather unfortunate. But either way, we end up having our advertisement. No idea what this is. Why would I do that? That's just disturbing. You're showing the wrong one. Yeah, I don't know. We end up having Apple, I think. I don't know who's talking. I think Apple is talking. And then we end up, the audio, the freaking ad fella is, no, I think controller. I don't know. Somebody's there. But we end up doing the iShow speed, right? They're saying kind of homeless, right? And then they end up quitting, and then we end up getting them back. So interesting. By the way, you know what I find the most interesting about this section? It's not actually the video itself. The fact that it fucking breaks the YouTube auto subtitles. That's actually extremely interesting. Because he said, wait. And by saying that, the YouTube auto subtitles glitched the fuck out and just spammed wait for like 10 seconds, which is extremely interesting. Let's see, turn on auto subtitles and let's see if I can glitch it. I'm going to say wait a bunch of times and we're going to see if it glitches out and showcases it a million times. Wait. Okay, let's see. Did it glitch out? I don't know. We're gonna need to see. But yeah, that's the advertisement. Then we end up having an IRL clip of a cat proceeding to do an attack. There haven't been many kills in BFC, but this cat has just done one of them, so the kill counter goes up. In the meantime, so that was cool. In the meantime, then we're having I didn't even write the script for this episode. I had stuff to do. I'm sorry. Then it's like, well, dude. There is, like, the one thing, I think that the one thing which stands beyond the other things, I think, about it, is that, in general, an object show episode is forever, right? Like, it's gonna be there forever, right? Which means that you should take the time to do it, right? Instead of being in the episode, being like, yo, I'm sorry I didn't do this, and I didn't feel like doing this, I was lazy to animate this, I was lazy to write a script, write all that stuff, then, my main tip is just like, then take your time and get it done. Because when the episode is done, that's that, right? Because, it's more important for the episode to be complete. Than for it to be released, because you'll never be able to go back in it and do it. So I'm like, you didn't write a script. My immediate reaction is just, then go write one, But oh well, whatever. Then we end up having a weird montage of Controller being kind of sad. He's sad that BFC is going to end, and apparently the Final 3 is worried about him. Now, you know what's really funny about this episode? This episode stalls out because it doesn't know what to do at all, right? And the funny thing about it is that it stalls out so much, it forgets to do the one thing it had to do, which is show the final voting screen for the vote to win. We end up needing to show up here, post the credit, a random freaking video with like an IRL vlog, and being like, yo, so we're gonna need to vote for these, and it's like, okay. It's like the one thing that the episode needed to have, and you didn't do it, so you needed to freaking splice it on at the end. At least, the camera's pretty good quality. That's probably like an iPhone. We're doing this hand motion a lot. We're doing a lot of, a lot of that. And, who's going to win BFC? Just should I pop in the last prediction? Winning BFC, Apple's winning BFC. Let's see if I'm correct. Let's head ourselves into episode 18, which is the finale. Also the longest episode. It is entitled The Last Time. Here we go. Go. And there we have it, B.F.C episode 18 and the finale of season 1. Now I want to start off and actually talk about some technical elements that are not from this episode, they're from the last episode, which I actually forgot to mention, but don't worry, we have a shit ton of time. This episode stalls itself out for ages. There's not 18 minutes of content here. So, first thing I would like to point out, there we have put in like a watermark, which might be the first time I've ever seen that. An object show with a watermark is kind of crazy. But yeah, at the bottom right corner, there's just a B.F.C S1 with the controller there. I mean, like, is there anything wrong with that? No, not really. It's sort of like, it gives personally I don't mind, right? It gives an air of kind of like TV broadcast that I think is rather cool, kind of like a TV broadcast, the logo of the show. So I don't mind it. However, like, I would see why, somebody might go like, wow, that's kind of dumb, because it's kind of random detail. There's kind of not a lot, like, why, right? Which is a bit of it's a bit of an interesting thing. Like, I mean, like, it can be there, and I don't personally mind, but it could also not be there, and it'd be perfectly fine. It's kind of one of those, like, meaningless quote unquote things. So that, I mean, all right, like, you do you, I guess. And the other thing I'd like to mention is audio. So for the entirety of the show, I've not really mentioned audio mixing, even though there is a lot of music and there is a lot of voice. That, of course, has to blend in together. It's usually fine. That's why. It's usually doing its job pretty well. There are certain times where the music is loud, and the last episode especially is a proof of that. Like, if you take a look at the last episode, the music in the last episode, it's a bit loud. It's thankful that the mics are clear. Right, the microphones are clear, which means that you can still roughly grasp it, even if the music is a little loud, which is why I'm not really pointing it out. However, you gotta kind of remember this is a bit of a detail. I know that it's hard to properly imagine it, because, like, when you're looking at it from a phone, it just doesn't sound like everything blends together more in terms of sound, which means that it won't sound as loud. Right. However, if you're listening, like, for example, I am on, like, a computer headphone, then it becomes more clear, right? The audio mixing itself, right? And ends up being a little bit more clear, and then you get kind of starting to realize a little bit more. So just keep that in mind for any future endeavors. But anyways, we end up heading ourselves into the episode where we first end up having the last recap of B.F.C. Where we, of course, have the recap. The recaps, they are getting better. I ain't gonna admit, like, the last couple episodes recaps, I didn't have anything to say about them. The recaps are locking in. There's not much to say about it. The recaps are actually starting to recap the episode. I know, right? Crazy. We're actually doing it now. I know. Progress is being made. This is legendary stuff right here. Alright. But anyway, we end up having the announcement that we're gonna that apparently Controller won the city. They end up dismissing how they won the city. Look, I don't know. Let's say that they stole it from Catchup. Because of, like, I mean, we never know what Catchup did. Catchup is just like, Controller has done unspeakable acts to me. It's like, what? What did bro do? But I don't know. So you have to be punished. It's like, dude. But, like, alright, we end up having the intro, and by the intro, I mean the intros, plural. Yes, because then I'm having like every intro playing back to back, and and then we do that for the elimination time and the credits as well, which is interesting. Well, no, not the credits. They play two separate credits, but, like, that's not on purpose, I think. It's just because we were distracted. But yeah, we do end up playing every intro. For some reason, the first one is fucking slowed down by 0.75. It's like, dude, you're already playing 4 intros back to back. You don't need to slow one of them down as well. If you're curious about this intro, I will be honest. I like that first. It's a good intro. I mean, it does its job. It might be my favorite. I would say that if we could have the 4th intro, like the latest intro, without all of that edginess, and instead put it in with the song of the first intro, right, and line it up with that, I would say that might be the best combo. But it's something along those lines, right? So yeah, that's probably the better intro. Anyways, the eliminated contestants end up finally getting free. They never really did manage to escape. It's just it is a show that suffers a little bit from not having a clear outline. Like, you can just tell, right? It just kind of doesn't have a proper outline, and that's not to really demerit it. It's hard to plan stuff if you haven't planned anything, right? Which means that you end up kind of having these complications spring up, right? Where it's kind of like, okay, what is the plot of the show? I don't know, right? Because, like, in an episode, we're gonna I'm gonna do this, but then you don't ever call back on it, right? So that's kind of like in this episode, like in 2 different episodes, we end up having like the contestant be trying to plan how to escape, but we never get to see an escape attempt. We never see that, right? We even have the contestants meander like, oh, we could try to light a torch and maybe we can get out of that, right? They try to figure that too. It's like, okay, let's do that. But we never actually see them doing that, right? Because he didn't think through to in the next episode production to actually get it done, especially. Because when script writing and stuff, like we don't ever think that much of the path. That's why, like, these plot elements that the show does do, like, the show does a good job at least having plot elements, right? It just kind of is not really developing it, right? It hasn't really locked them in. It does them the time and it doesn't. Like, as I said earlier, what was Catchup's deal? What is it? Why were they angry at Controller? We don't know. Right? What happened after Controller got stolen back away? Surely Catchup wouldn't just give up. We don't know. Right? Same thing goes for the other plot point with Console, right? What was up with Console? Who was Console? According to one of the recaps, it was a friend of Controller, but, like, what happened? Well, how did they die? Why is this bad news? Like, all of these details, they're only mentioned in the one singular episode, but then they're never called back upon, which makes it feel a little bit more disjointed as a show, because it suffers a bit from kind of like episode to episode. There's not that much that, like, the last episode isn't writing much on the newer episode, right? I think it goes for this. As the eliminated contestants end up leaving, there's a lot of very, very, like, there's a lot of character interactions that are missed. We do end up seeing Apple talk to Banana, but, like, I was mad shook that we don't get to see a Cereal and Housey interaction. Like, really? That's like the thing that I'd expect to happen, but it doesn't happen in the episode. It doesn't happen in the episode. They don't. Cereal and Housey do not have a chat in this episode, and that's insane, is it not? It's like, isn't that crazy? Or, like, I don't know, Soccer Ball seeing Cereal again now in the final 3, right, that they were apparently betrayed out of, so there's no resentment there. There's not even a scene there, right, when, that would have been an opportunity, for example, right? Or, like, Hoarder maybe getting out and start going, like, see Controller, all that stuff. Like, there is potential. We have built something. We're just not taking advantage. It's kind of what I'm feeling. Like, we're not taking advantage of the possibilities out here. It's just kind of the unfortunate part about it. But, yeah, either way, we're not having some advertisements of dubious quality. These can actually, I guess, be considered advertisement. I actually do like them. There's apparently a song coming soon. There's like some crazy ass instrumental. I don't know what this is, but no, that's not how that goes. Well, what is the song about BFC gonna sing about? I mean, look, if I'm looking at the elimination time jingle, I mean, it's gonna be crazy. Who's gonna be eliminated? It's gonna be something. But wait, we end up having 409, which what stuff? Nah. Okay, all right. Okay, look. 409 is like 4 times the amount of views the episode has. I know that we're on like TikTok or whatever, but I checked the TikTok just in case. There's not that many views on the TikTok, so I need to. I gotta do it. All right, I need you. Okay, and I'm talking to you, the person who rigged the votes. The person who rigged the votes spent like an hour out of their day just voting. Just clicking back and forth to vote 400 times, okay? I'm talking to you. I need you, because you're probably watching this, all right? Because you're probably watching this, because Eduardo's going to go like, yo, everybody wants to catch it, okay? So, like, you'll probably watch it. I need you reveal yourself. I'm not letting any of that shit. Who is it? Who is it that rigged it? Who did that? Who did? I need to review yourself. You'll fine. You'll be fine. You'll get a pardon, okay? I'll sign a presidential pardon that goes like, it's okay. You took advantage of a flaw in the system, but you gotta reveal yourself. Who's the one that's taking advantage and not revealing it? Who's the one that found the bug and didn't try to debug it and instead took advantage to vote? Who is the one who did it? Because But anyways, out of the 409 votes, we end up having the person who wins be Burger. Burger is the one that got clicked on more times than the other ones with 182 of those votes. Good job, Burger, on winning. Apple and Cereal have therefore lost. We end up sending Controller back again. Controller ends up going on their ship all the way away because for some reason it is impossible to walk away. You have to fly to another port. Like Controller going away. Like, I thought, Controller just take a little stroll, go like a different section of grass, but I know we gotta fly away. So yeah, in the meantime, they end up looking over at a paper, which, do you want to do a season 2? Who is saying this? The wall is saying, who is asking bro this question? I don't know, but they're looking at this paper with some questions. In the meantime, everybody proceeds to go hang out in the city by, going over to the ship, piloting the ship, with Cereal actually pilots as the prize. They get to pilot the ship, which is interesting. And everybody ends up going there, and that's so epic. Quarter ends up trying to say another monologue. Maybe the real prize isn't the city, it's the friends we made along the way. What do you mean, the friends we made along the way? You went to the elimination area and everybody hates you. Nobody likes Quarter. Everybody voted for Quarter to be eliminated. What do you mean, the friends we made along the way? You made enemies along the way. That's like you made enemies for life with Controller. And you're talking about friends we made along the way. Quarter, what are you on about? Yeah, Burger is very happy about seeing their city. Annoyingly, we don't get to see the city. Like, we keep seeing this outline of the city, but we never get to see the city, like, properly. Not even from afar. We just don't get to see it, which is unfortunate. Then we end up having the credits, and then we end up having our final offers note here back in the room with the PS4 Pro in the background. Yeah, the show has happened. There is going to be a B.F.C Season 2, apparently confirmed for June, which is intriguing. Now, apparently, according to the information given out by this note, we end up having apparently that is going to be a contestant voting season where people may be able to vote on external details like the challenge, kind of like how this show did for the hot dog and the torture contest, which is interesting. It brings up an Anime Insanity Invitational. So if we're doing it like an Anime Insanity Invitational, we'll have vote to immunities, and then after 4 episodes we'll scrap that concept. So alright. Then it'll also have some new characters. That makes sense. And then that is that. Season 2 will apparently be in June. So in terms of what would I say for a BFC Season 2 in June, my eyes in it are mostly the same as the ones which I brought up in that episode 1 and 2 chat that I did, right? It's that I don't mind a lot of the elements of this show. I think that story-wise, it is doing a story. As I said here, I don't necessarily think that it is a super well planned out story, and I think that it forgets itself a lot, but it is doing stuff, right? Audio, I would say, is relatively solid. Sometimes songs have a bit of a thing about looping badly or whatever, but like in general, it's alright. Okay? So that's fine. So then the one thing, it's that animation. Is that animation. And it's not even that the animation is bad. We see some interesting scenes, right, from time to time, with like the chase and with like some chases and some runnings and some of the obbies, right? However, we end up kind of struggling because the assets are just so rough, right? It's just like kind of like my absolutely main tip heading into season 2 is try to make the assets look good. You know, like try to make them look proper, you know, instead of giving them this rough, the drawing look, right? This rough drawing look, where like none of the lines are straight, right? Like everything looks kind of odd, right? Kind of like, instead of doing that, try to give it some proper kind of assets, because it'll make everything around it so much cleaner as a result. Right, it'll make everything so much cleaner. So it's the one fundamental thing that I would say needs to happen. Right, is to try to get these assets and clean them up to look like proper object show assets. Right, because right now they just look a little bit rough and like, they just look amateurish. You know, they like, because it's you can argue that it's the style, but I don't know. It's like, yeah, I know that it's a 13-year-old making the show, but you want to be like. But you want somebody to be able to look at a character and go like, this looks like it's drawn by a 13-year-old. You know, like you want to try to appear a little bit more pro than you are. So I think focusing on the assets is something that is the main thing. It's absolutely my main recommendation. Then we could talk about other chats later, but the show has to be able to look proper, right? And like, I see that it is possible. We do have the facilities for that, you know? Whenever other animator that for some reason makes the grass extremely dark shows up, like, you see some more proper asset goes at it, right? Like for soccer ball. And especially, for example, those thumbnails, right? The thumbnails that are drawn by Fastboy for those first 5 episodes, you can see those right there, the ones that the characters in those thumbnails, that is proper assets. You see, those are clean lines. You see all those are clean lines that are properly made. I know it's utilizing the outline style that you know, doesn't get filled in. However, we need to, like, imagine that, right? Imagine that, but, you know, filled in and with the new design details, you know? Like, if the soda can looking like how that soda can does in the thumbnail is way, if you just fill in the red, right, is way more pro than how soda can currently looks, which is a friggin', like, I don't even know. I don't even know how to describe what that is. It's like a red oval and then a black oval on top, right? Like, it's just, you see what I mean? Like, the assets are extremely important. We gotta try to be proper with those, you know? It's that main thing that is quite important. And the other thing is to not skimp out on those edits, because the other thing that makes animation in the show look kind of really rough is that thing which I mentioned, which is you can tell that it's bucket tooled. Right, if you can tell that it's bucket tooled, because the bucket tool every single time leaves a little outline of the previous thing, right? Which means that you can tell, because we bucket tool, for example, we place the character and then we bucket tool the color to be the color of the character, right? This leaves still an outline of whatever the previous facial expression or the previous grass, ground, whatever on there, right? You can still see it, and that makes it just generally look very kind of rough, like, all the time. That's kind of the thing about it. Again, it's not every single time that it happens. However, it happens a lot, and it's very noticeable and it's very big. So those are the two things. I absolutely think that there is interesting potential for this show, right? There's interesting potential for the show. This is a show that does story, you know. However, its main focus heading into that season 2 should absolutely, beyond any shadow of a doubt, be to have its assets made properly, right? Have proper assets that you can look at. Because, like, you know, again, I want to, I guess I'll utilize the examples, right? Which is like, let's go look at Fastboy Productions for a moment. All right, let's go look at the Fastboy Production show. Okay, let's go look at Questioning Time. All right, now, if we look at Questioning Time, you will see the characters. These are, at the end of the day, these are proper assets. like and that makes the show look better overall. Like this jail cell, for example, for like, again, you can argue on the quality of the asset, but that doesn't matter. It is an asset, right? It is an asset, and it's consistent every time the character shows up. Same thing goes for every single character. Whether it's the ball always looks like a ball. The ruler always looks like a ruler, right? The host, especially, which I would say is the highlight of the questioning time designs, right? Like, it's always relatively consistent, right? And it looks proper. You can see it's drawn properly. The circles are circled. The lines are lines, right? Instead of having friggin', like, it doesn't look as hand drawn as it is. So it's absolutely the V thing. It's a V thing. So that's my one main tip. Everything else, to me, can arrive as complete secondary for now, as long as that gets focused on. If that gets focused on, we are focusing on the right thing. Okay? Alright. That is BFC Season 1. Was it an enjoyable experience? Yeah, sure. I didn't mind. It does, of course, have, a lot of jank to it, and it does have some stalling, but there were some moments, and there were some pretty funny moments. My favorite moment is still absolutely that haunted house speaking. That haunted house speaking was the funniest moment I've ever seen. But like, other than that, it's alright. I can see some moments, and it did bring up a lot of interesting conversations. So yeah. Alright. That is all. I'm not sure if there's an next segment in this video, because, again, this video is kind of ordered weird. Next thing, if the next segment of the video, yay. Alright, and that will be all for today's episode of Object Catchup. I don't really feel like doing an outro in this episode. I don't know, I'm just it was supposed to, it's a little bit of an awkward thing, and as the request episodes have been, because they're just tended to be larger. Right, like, they tend to be larger on average because the shows are bigger, right? Because, like, instead of watching one new episode of a show, and, usually, right, we watch one new episode of many shows on a keeper episode, on a request episode, we gotta kind of watch a billion episodes of the show that has had a lot of time to release episodes throughout history, right? So that kind of ends up bolstering up the runtime of pretty much every other episode of Catchup, which complicates the matter. Yep, it sure does. But, we're trying to get it done within suitable amounts of time, and whether this is suitable amounts of time, you can debate, however, I believe that, if the work is getting done, and I feel sufficiently satisfied with the amount of work I'm doing per day, the amount of catch to release per day doesn't matter, right? As long as, the amount of content that a catch would entail is getting usually done in a day, I would say that overall it's pretty successful. So yeah, I will, try to not be omega behind on everything all of the time, but no promises, because, again, Catchup, at the end of the day, is an impossible project where the more I do it, the more I'll fall behind, because the more creators I'll watch, meaning the more creators will release episodes, meaning the more creators I have to watch the new episodes of which, meaning the more I'll always be behind. Same thing goes on the request side, and the more requests, which at this point, again, as a reminder, like, I don't know if you're listening to this, but, like, at this point, I don't even recommend you request, because, like, it'll take so long that it's not worth it for you personally. Like, if I was a requester, I would not consider it worth it, but, it's life. It's time, can't stop it, unfortunately. So, it goes how it goes. But hey, we'll try. We'll get to it all eventually one day. I'll promise. I'll promise to the degree that I'm capable of. And yeah, for the show that we watched, we're all caught up. See you next time. Goodbye.